More and more cultivators collapsed because they couldn't bear the power. A few cultivators with insufficient willpower collapsed directly with no time to escape and perished in that field of starlight. Some people were hit hard but were able to break free. They moved to the side. Like the cultivators from before, they were speechless in the backdrop of the starry sky. It seemed that they were overthinking after all. Who could remain unmoved with the inheritance of Ziwei the Great within reach? But not anyone was eligible for the inheritance. Obviously, they didn't have that sort of ability yet. They thought that this time they had been conned by Ziwei Imperial Palace. After all, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace was an overbearing character, and he was here in person. Furthermore, he was a descendant of Ziwei and had been in charge of this segmentum. It was only natural that the inheritance of Ziwei the Great would go to him. Ziwei Imperial Palace let them in for the express purpose of unlocking the mystery of this starry sky and sought to benefit from their effort. The palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace at this time stretched out both of his hands, still holding the scepter in his right hand, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind as his clothing fluttered. He closed his eyes as he endured that heavenly might. It was as if entering a state of ecstasy as he embraced all of its power. How strong! Those cultivators who were on the sideline watched with amazement. They couldn't bear this power at all, but the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace embraced it willingly, allowing the starlight to enter his body as he endured the heavenly might. They couldn't help but sigh. Everything seemed to be happening just as Ziwei Imperial Palace had calculated. At this time, Yi Futian was bearing that terrifying power as well. He felt that every fiber of his being no longer belonged to him. His spiritual soul entered into the starry sky and was split into countless fragments. It merged into the sky that was full of stars. He had a feeling that if he were not careful and allowed this power to overwhelm him, his will would be broken, and his spiritual soul would collapse and perish. Inside his body, an even stronger power bloomed, and the ancient tree of the world seemed to have transformed into invisible branches and leaves. It integrated into the spiritual soul so that everything grew madly. No matter where the spiritual soul drifted, ancient trees connected to it. His roots were still intact. In Yi Futian's life palace, a figure that seemed to be Yi Futian sat there, firmly rooted. In the world of the life palace, there seemed to be countless doubles of Yi Futian scattered in different positions, but all of them were led by the tree of the ancient world. I can still keep going, Yi Futian said in his heart. He, too, was suffering great pain at the moment, but he was hanging on. He had already gotten to this point and solved the mystery of the starry sky by himself. No matter what, he couldn't just give up and leave it to the others. He felt that if he could take possession of the inheritance of Ziwei the Great, he might control this starry sky. The current situation was actually perilous for him. His previous performance was way too dazzling. Everyone worked together and did not turn against him. They even hoped that he could solve the mystery of the imperial star and the starry sky. However, that was then. Once the matter had concluded, the situation would be different, and he very well might be isolated for retaliation. He was still controlling the inheritance of the imperial star and its power. Would the other forces let him off the hook so easily? There were many from the top forces here who would want his help to communicate with the power of the imperial star. At that time, anything could happen, and he may very well become everyone's target. Therefore, in some sense, he was now in a very difficult position. Although he may still face the same great threat if he had taken the great emperor's inheritance, it also meant a great opportunity. The will of the great emperor seemed to be there and was in charge of the starry sky world. If he could use the help of his power, it would be unimaginable. Now he could only give all he had. As his thought turned to this, Yi Futian completely let go of himself and released his spiritual soul, whereafter he drifted into the starry sky. His world had completely changed. His body and spiritual soul disappeared, and it was like he was part of the starry sky world. He felt that he was also merging into the starry sky, and he could see everything below. The sceneries were so clear, a feeling that Yi Futian had never had before. As an astonishing celestial might descend, which made even Yi Futian tremble in his state of oblivion. He seemed to see Ziwei the Great. It was not that he had not before, but was now seeing him face to face. It was like the boundless and majestic figure of Ziwei the Great was right in front of him. The two looked at each other in the starry sky, facing one another. Had the will of Ziwei the Great really existed in this starry sky world and had never been destroyed? It existed by way of the boundless starry sky and would be here forevermore. At this moment, the body of the palace lord began trembling ever so slightly. Even a being as great as himself seemed to be under unparalleled pressure. At this point, there were not many who could remain standing in that space. Each of them was a top-notch figure in their own right, and most of the people could only watch all this happen from the side. The great emperor, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, seemed to have seen something. He spoke in a solemn voice. He was incredibly respectful. It was as if he had seen the great emperor. "Great emperor, please bestow the power on me." There was a degree of pleading in the voice of the palace lord, enough to make many people tremble. The palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace had already sensed the great emperor's existence, and was this a dialogue he was having with Ziwei the Great? If so, it was simply astonishing. Indeed, it seemed that everything belonged to Ziwei Imperial Palace. Ziwei Imperial Palace allowed them to come to this starry sky, but Ziwei Imperial Palace was ultimately the winner. The palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace saw that Ziwei the Great was looking at him. However, there was indifference in his eyes. It was as if he did not intend to choose him. The palace lord had a doubtful look on his face as he once again called out respectfully, "Great Emperor." However, Ziwei the Great did not acknowledge him. But from Yi Futian's perception, the figure of Ziwei the Great was approaching him, zooming in on him. At this moment, Yi Futian could feel the real existence of Ziwei the Great as if he had never fallen. Was it because the starlight was lit, and that revived the great emperor's will? Then Yi Futian heard a sigh, as if it was from the great emperor himself. This shocked Yi Futian to no end. Why was the great emperor sighing? Not only did Yi Futian hear it, but all the cultivators in the entire starry sky world heard the sigh as well. The eyes of countless people sharpened as their hearts beating violently. Whose sigh was this? Was this the sigh of the great emperor? The great emperor remained. Such a simple sound had such a tremendous impact on these cultivators as if it made them perceive the existence of Ziwei the Great. Similarly, this sigh caused the palace lord's heart to skip a beat. Why did the great emperor sigh? At this moment, he had an inauspicious premonition. He had a faint sense that the great emperor had no intention of choosing him. At this time, the pressure on Yi Futian was getting even more terrifying. It was as if he was about to be completely torn apart and destroyed. However, he was still holding on by a strong will. He sensed that the great emperor was watching him. Perhaps there was a chance he would be chosen. Ziwei the Great left an enigmatic mystery in the starry sky, but in the end, it was not the person who solved the mystery that received the inheritance, nor was it decided by competition. Ziwei the Great would be the ultimate decider. His will had long survived in the world, had never decayed, and was integrated into the starry sky. When the starry sky lit up and the will restored, he would choose the heir he wanted himself. This kind of setup was quite shocking to him. Everything is a reincarnation of fate. An ancient voice sounded in Yi Futian's mind, still tinged with the sound of a sorrowful sigh. In the next moment, Yi Futian felt a strong coercion merge within him. He felt that his spiritual soul was on the verge of collapse. It was an indescribable pain along with the fluctuation of starlight as Yi Futian's consciousness began to falter in that boundless pain. Gradually, his consciousness was becoming blurry. In this instant, Yi Futian felt that he had become a part of the starry sky without any sense of the self. He was now on the verge of a deep slumber. The stars were endless, and Yi Futian had a feeling that he was the starry sky itself. Chapter 2239, Unwilling. The vast starry sky was extremely radiant at this moment. Extremely brilliant starlight sprinkled and covered the starry sky world, rendering it more gorgeous than ever before. In the area where Yi Futian was, an invisible heavenly might was born suddenly and swept out all the cultivators. In an instant, only Yi Futian was still there. However, it seemed that he had lost consciousness, floating helplessly in the starry sky, bathing in endless starlight and that sacred imperial light. At the same time, the 7 rays of divine glory still connected the heavens and the earth, and the 7 were unaffected. They had not given up the inheritance, nor did they go over to fight with Yi Futian. It was an unwise choice to give up this imperial-level inheritance that they have already obtained to compete for something unknown. Not only were there outside cultivators who had come to the starry sky previously, but also the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace, as well as other powerful characters from outside. They knew what the right choice to make was. Those cultivators who were knocked down were stunned when they finally came to their senses. Then they looked at Yi Futian, who was floating in the starry sky. Did Ziwei the Great make a choice? Everyone was knocked down. There, the heavenly might was so horrific that someone as strong as the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace suffered the same fate, just like everyone else. No, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace had a hard time accepting this reality. Since he stepped into this starry sky, his expression had remained composed, not betraying any of his true feelings, as he was absolutely confident in himself. He had been in charge of the Ziwei segmentum for many years and acted as the spokesperson of Ziwei the Great. In this starry sky, the inheritance of Ziwei the Great should naturally belong to him. This was a matter of course, and there shouldn't be any surprises at all. But what was the meaning of what he was seeing in front of him? The inheritance of Ziwei the Great was obtained by someone else. The will of the great emperor had chosen another and not him as the master of Ziwei segmentum. How could this be happening? He could not accept a conclusion such as this. Yi Futian was just an outsider, a cultivator from other worlds, and not someone from Ziwei segmentum. Why did the great emperor choose him? He didn't understand, and neither did any of the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Their faces were full of disappointment. The truth was they had been slightly hopeful that the great emperor would choose one of them. After all, they were extraordinary talents from Ziwei Imperial Palace and should have a better chance than most. But no, the great emperor had not chosen any of them. Ziwei Imperial Palace seemed to be the outsiders instead. They didn't understand why it ended like this. Even if they were not strong enough, what about the palace lord? He had been guarding Ziwei segmentum. Shouldn't the great emperor choose him to continue to rule this segment? Here used to be the world of Ziwei the Great. Before, what was the meaning of the sigh from the great emperor? No one knew the reason, except the result in front of them. Ziwei the Great had chosen Yi Futian. No one knew better than the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace and its cultivators that this was indeed the choice of Ziwei the Great. Only the ruling forces of Ziwei segmentum understood with certainty that the will of Ziwei the Great had always existed in this starry sky. Today, Ziwei the Great had made his choice. A cultivator from the outside world, a white-haired young man in the 6th realm of Renhuang, had inherited his will. The people in Ziwei Imperial Palace didn't understand, but the cultivators of Heavenly Mandate Academy were pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, even in this starry sky, among the top figures from Divine Prefecture, Dark World, and Empty Divine Realm, and even those from Ziwei Imperial Palace, he still stood out and became the ultimate winner, recognized by the great emperor himself. He was like the son of something divine. No matter who was competing with him, he had never lost. The cultivators from Four Corner Village had a different understanding. No wonder the teacher treated Yi Futian differently from the others. It looked like that the teacher got it right after all. Ziwei the Great had also chosen Yi Futian, who was a truly unparalleled genius talent. The people of the Shangqing domain were also amazed, moved, even envious. When they were fighting over the sacred remains of Xinjia, the great emperor, Yi Futian distinguished himself from the rest by being the only person who could comprehend the sacred remains. Now he was once again the one and only. It was as if he was born to be so dazzling. If the sacred remain was just an accident, then what of Ziwei the Great's choice? Was it just by chance? How could there be so many coincidences? All of this must be that Yi Futian had some extraordinary talents, probably even amazing talents. Otherwise, how could he become the one who stood out in this starry sky and have had defeated someone like the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace? Ning Hua of Donghua Domain and the others were equally conflicted in their minds. Of course, the most tormented crowd would be the local forces from the original realm, the sworn enemies of Yi Futian. The turmoil in the original realm had attracted the arrival of powerful outsiders. Although they had heard about some of Yi Futian's deeds while he was in the Divine Prefecture, they thought that those were just stories. Yi Futian had already threatened their peace of mind. And now, he was the one inheriting the will of Ziwei the Great. What did it mean? If Yi Futian was allowed to continue with his growth, it could spell disaster for everyone. Undoubtedly, Yi Futian would become a peerless figure in the future, one of the strongest cultivators to stand at the peak. How could they contend with him? When Yi Futian was strong enough, he would certainly bring a major purge upon them. On this point, they were all in agreement. Cultivators from the Shen clan, Golden Divine Nation, Tianqian Academy, and others were extremely conflicted. It seemed that Yi Futian must be eliminated and must not be allowed to continue his development. Everyone's attention was focused in one direction, which was where Yi Futian was. At this moment, the starlight was still brilliant, but Yi Futian's body was drifting towards the starry sky with incredible speed. It was as if he was being pulled by a divine light, soaring upward. Buzz! At this moment, the crowd felt an astonishing breath that made the hearts of these cultivators skip a beat. Who was about to make a move? To make a move at the time while the great emperor was passing on his inheritance. When everyone saw the person who acted, they were shocked. It was the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Even the cultivators from the Imperial Palace were quite surprised when they beheld this sight, watching the palace lord attacking Yi Futian. Ziwei the Great was the deity of Ziwei Segmentum and the master of this world. Even though he did not choose a cultivator from Ziwei Imperial Palace, the Imperial Palace was obligated to accept any decision he made. After all, as they ruled Ziwei Segmentum, they themselves were the executors of Ziwei the Great's will. Now the will of Ziwei the Great had chosen Yi Futian. Then they, too, were expected to follow the will of Ziwei the Great, even allowing Yi Futian to enter the Imperial Palace. But the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace did not. At this moment, he chose to attack Yi Futian. Old Ma and the other cultivators changed their expressions. Could someone such as the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace be corrupt? Everyone could easily guess the reason behind his action. He, who should have been the obvious heir of Ziwei the Great, had now become insecure because Ziwei the Great had chosen Yi Futian and not him. Perhaps in his view, the inheritance of Ziwei the Great should belong to him. Indeed, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace did think so. How many years had it been? He had lived untold many years and had been guarding Ziwei Segmentum for Ziwei the Great. He had already cultivated to the highest realm, the peak of human capacity, and with this one last step, he would be among the gods. but he couldn't cross the step. All the hopes were tied with the inheritance of Ziwei the Great. This time, as if aided by the heavens, the outsiders arrived to unlock the secret of the starry sky. He thought that he was finally moving closer to that final step. The significance of this step to him was beyond anyone's imagination. He had feared that he would never be able to pass through its threshold, and only Ziwei the Great could help him. One more step and he would become a deity himself, standing at the peak of the world. At a moment like this, Ziwei the Great didn't give him the chance to take that last step. One could only imagine how he felt. Unwilling, anger, even jealousy. His mind had completely changed. The great emperor had deceived him. He had upheld the will of the great emperor and guarded this segment for countless years. Why did he not choose him in the end? Above the firmament, the starry divine sword appeared, traversing the void. No one could stop it, nor were they able to stop it in time. The starry divine sword straddled the void, and a violent booming roar came from above the firmament. It slammed it at Yi Futian, intending on cutting him down, ending any chance he might have of getting the inheritance. The great emperor had betrayed him first, so he could not be faulted for being ruthless in return. From now on, not only would he no longer worship Ziwei, but he would be its worst enemy. The heart of old Ma and the others were beating wildly. They were extremely worried. That terrifying starry divine sword penetrated the void and pierced into the starlight, aiming at Yi Futian for the kill. However, at this moment, in the starry light beam that fell from the sky, there was an irresistible, sacred majesty hidden within it. As soon as the starry divine sword entered into it, it burnt like paper on fire, turning into fragments little by little. Soon, it disappeared altogether in ashes, dissipated before it could even touch Yi Futian. Seeing this, the cultivators of Heavenly Mandate Academy and Four Corner Village were much relieved. However, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace looked extremely upset. Was everything already planned by the great emperor? But he still couldn't understand why was Yi Futian chosen. What's so special about that white-haired young man? And what could he do even if he did receive the inheritance? There were so many powerful people here. As a mere Renhuang of the Sixth Realm, could he survive them? Even if this starry sky world could protect him for the moment, what about after he was out of it? Who would protect him then? Looking at the figure that drifted toward the starry sky, everyone's mind was wondering as they could only watch. Even the palace lord himself couldn't do anything about it, let alone them. Yi Futian knew none of this. He was still immersed in the previous sensations. His body and spirit, soul no longer belonged to him, but to this starry sky world. Like Ziwei the Great, he seemed to become one with this starry sky. In the starry sky, time seemed to stand still as everything returned to tranquility. In the quietude of the starry sky, everyone looked at Yi Futian, who was protected by the will of the great emperor and out of anyone's reach. All the cultivators could only watch it happen, watching Yi Futian as he inherited the will of Ziwei the Great. A terrible power was still surging from the palace, lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, and he was most reluctant as he watched. Those eyes that looked toward Yi Futian were filled with hateful, murderous intent. He watched the starry sky with an overwhelming sense of resentment. He couldn't bear any of these. Why did Ziwei the Great make such a choice? Palace Lord. A group of cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace came to him, and one of the elders whispered, "Palace Lord, the great emperor must have his purpose in doing this. Since the great emperor has made a choice, we have to respect it." This old man was an elder from Ziwei Imperial Palace who had followed the palace lord for countless years in cultivation, or else he would not have dared to say such words at a moment like this. Because he was a close associate, he took a risk in persuading the palace lord. As the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace slowly turned his eyes to them, there was a degree of coldness in them. When the old man saw those eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He could sense the strong resentment in his eyes. He just never expected that the choice of the great emperors would have had such a major impact on the palace lord, enough to alter his state of mind completely. He was no longer the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace that he knew. Perhaps it was because of the total dismantling of his faith. The emperor that he had worshipped in countless years had now betrayed him. This was what the palace lord felt. He had lost his faith, and it completely changed his state of mind. This sudden and utter change was enough to throw even a top figure like the palace lord out of balance. Palace lord, others called out to him. Compared to the palace lord, they were much more flexible. Their minds were not so firmly made up. Furthermore, even though they had some hope for the great emperor's inheritance, it was more like an audacious hope, not something that could be reflected in reality. When they saw the changes in the palace lord, it was natural for them to console him. After all, this was the will of the great emperor, and Ziwei Imperial Palace was the executor of the will of the great emperor. "Shut up, all of you." The palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace glanced at everyone with an icy look. Everyone could feel his tremendous changes, and for a time, all the cultivators fell silent. The palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace looked towards the firmament. He said, "If you still recognize me as the palace lord, then you will immediately kill this person and seize his inheritance as soon as this is over. This inheritance belongs to Ziwei Segmentum by right and Ziwei Imperial Palace, not some outsider." When everyone heard his words, their hearts throbbed. It seemed that he had already made up his mind. No one could change it. No one tried to persuade him any further, as everything must work according to its own fate. However, since the great emperor had measures in place, it wouldn't be easy for the palace lord to kill Yi Futian. No one was certain whether the will of the great emperor was still around. If the great emperor's will was really there, the palace lord's actions might very well offend the great emperor. The cultivators from the outside world watched in the direction of Ziwei Imperial Palace and its cultivators with some sympathy. No wonder the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace lost his mind. At his cultivation realm, there were possibilities that he may never advance further, but he was only a step away from the utmost peak. The inheritance of the Ziwei the Great was his last and ultimate hope, but the great emperor did not choose him, his spokesperson, but Yi Futian. No matter who this happened to, no one could swallow such treatment in silence. The cultivators from other forces also sighed. This was the inheritance of Ziwei the Great. Now, did it find someone it could belong to? No. Cultivators from top principalities in Divine Prefecture would have imagined that someone like this could come out of the ether and seize the inheritance of the great emperor. Of course, he was also the one who solved the mystery of the great emperor. It was as if this was how everything should have happened as a matter of course. "Shall we go?" the cultivators from the Shun clan asked, prepared to leave. Many forces from the empty realm sighed secretly in their hearts, and a thought crossed their minds. If Yi Futian did obtain the inheritance of the great emperor, there could only be two outcomes. One was that he would be slaughtered and the inheritance would be taken from him. But in that case, it wouldn't be their turn anyways. Another possible outcome would be that the great emperor had left measures in place to protect Yi Futian and kill any attackers. In this latter scenario, they were not safe here. If Yi Futian had really gotten the power of the great emperor, it was possible that he would deal with them right here, right now. For them, there was not much point in staying now. "Let's go," someone said. Suddenly, many cultivators stepped away, leaving the starry sky world behind, moving away from these conflicts. When they found an opportunity in the future, they would deal with Yi Futian then. Now, they shared a sense of urgency. They couldn't leave Yi Futian alone for much longer. The threat he posed to them was far too great. Soon, many left. In another direction, The other 7 cultivators who were being baptized by the imperial stars also came out and stopped comprehending and cultivating. They looked at the figure in the starry sky and saw Yi Futian seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. No one knew how he was doing at that moment. Luo Su, the outer violet heavens, cultivators were there. A middle-aged man called out to her as Luo Su responded, "Father!" "What's going on?" Luo Su's father was Lord Luo of the outer violet heaven. He had amazing cultivation and an expert in divine melodies. Before, when I comprehended the imperial star, it was with Emperor Ye's help that I was able to inherit the power of one of the imperial stars. Emperor Yi is the first to perceive this imperial star that can be inherited by me, Luo Su explained. Lord Luo looked shocked at this unexpected revelation and glanced in Yi Futian's direction. He didn't expect this white-haired young man who had inherited the power of the great emperor would help Luo Su, his daughter. It seemed that if he were to get into trouble, they had to help him however they could. Many people were slightly surprised when they overheard this conversation and looked at them curiously. Among them, including Lord Taihua, clearly perceived the power that was contained within the imperial star, and it was rhythm. His daughter, Goddess Taihua, had amazing attainments in music as well and was greatly talented. So, if they were speaking of acquaintance, his daughter had fought with Yi Futian at Donghua banquet. Why did Yi Futian rather help Luo Su instead of his daughter? This was a surprise to him. Goddess Taihua seemed to understand the meaning in her father's eyes. She lowered her head slightly and sighed in her heart. Yi Futian had originally wanted to help her, but was refused by her. Now she could only watch Luo Su as Futian inherited the imperial star. He thought about what an excellent opportunity she had lost. She communicated with her father through voice transmission, and Lord Taihua didn't say much except, "Don't think too much now that it's over." Goddess Taihua nodded. At this time, Lord Taihua was also considering how to face Yi Futian. In a sense, Yi Futian's potential was higher than Ninghua's. If he did not get himself killed, his future achievements would be astounding. But Yi Futian was already in a feud with the domain chief's manor of Donghua Domain, and now the domain chief's manor seemed to want Ninghua and his daughter to come together. Therefore, for him, this matter seemed to be getting thornier by the minute, and he would have to make some decisions soon. All the cultivators were waiting quietly. It seemed that after a very long time, above the sky, Yi Futian slowly opened his eyes as his body floated upward. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on that figure. Yi Futian seemed to have transformed. In the center of his brow chakra, there seemed to be a ray of sacred light, and his entire body was shrouded in a layer of divine glory. Such a majestic posture was befitting of a young great emperor. Chapter 2241, Invincible Being. Divine light also radiated from Yi Futian's eyes. Yi Futian looked like he had undergone another metamorphosis. Did he obtain great Emperor Ziwei's inheritance? Many practitioners wondered. After looking at the change in Yi Futian's aura, it was highly likely that he had obtained the power of great Emperor Ziwei's inheritance. From the ground, Ziwei Imperial Palace's palace lord leaped into the air and walked toward Yi Futian. The cultivators in the area could clearly sense the murderous aura that he was emitting. Clearly, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace wanted to take back the inheritance that he thought belonged to him. He was the person in charge of the Ziwei segmentum now. Even though he used to follow the will of great Emperor Ziwei in the past, his faith in Ziwei had waned. Now that Yi Futian obtained Ziwei's inheritance, he wanted to kill Yi Futian, destroy his own belief, and seize the inheritance. "Palace Lord!" the practitioners of Ziwei Imperial Palace shouted, in a tone that sounded like they did not want the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace to do that. If the Palace Lord really went ahead and did that, their beliefs would be overlooked. Everything that they believed in the Ziwei Imperial Palace would be subverted. Every practitioner in the Ziwei segmentum embraced the belief of great Emperor Ziwei. However, how would the Ziwei Imperial Palace's palace lord hear the pleas of their heart at that moment? His mood had completely changed. The palace lord's mind was already made up. A ray of frightening starry divine light flew into the sky. It was gorgeous and eye-catching, like a shooting star, albeit from the bottom up. It flew across the sky's horizon and went straight towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian shifted his gaze towards that bright divine light. Then, as if an astounding god's might was contained within him, a vigorous and powerful voice came out of Yi Futian's mouth. Outrageous! The voice echoed in the starry sky and resonated with the entire sky. It made every practitioner shudder. Even the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace quaked intensely in their hearts. They stared straight at Yi Futian. Was this Yi Futian's voice? At that moment, many of the practitioners felt a sense of déjà vu. The voice sounded like the great emperor. It was as if it was a scolding from great Emperor Ziwei. The beautiful divine light stopped moving. The palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace was also stunned. He looked at Yi Futian. The expressions on his face kept changing. It seemed a little distorted as he opened his mouth and said, "Great Emperor." He felt the existence of the great emperor's will. Yi Futian lowered his head to look at Ziwei Imperial Palace's palace lord and said, "I have inherited great Emperor Ziwei's will. From this day forth, I will represent great Emperor Ziwei in leading the Ziwei segment. You will all obey my commands." The voice was majestic and dignified. It sounded like Yi Futian, but also the great emperor. Many could not tell if it was real or it was just an illusion. Nonetheless, it still made the hearts of the cultivators tremble. Yi Futian said that he had inherited great Emperor Ziwei's will, and that from today onwards, he would represent great Emperor Ziwei and take charge of the segmentum. Yi Futian was going to take charge of the Ziwei segmentum. Was he going to directly replace the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace? If he took charge of the Ziwei segmentum, what would happen? Yi Futian was going to take charge of one of the most domineering factions in this world. It had an unparalleled influence. However, the expression on the face of Ziwei Imperial Palace's palace lord changed once more after he heard Yi Futian's proclamation. In the beginning, he panicked and did not know what to do because he sensed the great emperor's aura. However, after hearing Yi Futian's proclamation, the anger in his heart seemed to have been reignited. Did he want to take charge of the Ziwei segmentum in the name of great Emperor Ziwei? Then what was he? He had been managing the Ziwei segmentum in the name of great Emperor Ziwei for many years, and he had long since become used to this status. He was the master of the Ziwei segmentum. However, at that moment, with just a simple proclamation, great Emperor Ziwei handed over the Ziwei segmentum to this heir. What did his years of service count for? As he thought of that, a frightening surge of energy emanated from the body of Ziwei Imperial Palace's palace lord. In the vast and boundless starry dimension, starry divine lights lit up. It looked as though countless starry divine swords had appeared. They then pointed towards Yi Futian. Even if the great emperor's will were with him, the palace lord would still kill Yi Futian. On this day, the palace lord would destroy the existence that he worshipped and had dedicated countless years to. Boom! His body, along with that frightening energy, charged into the sky and towards Yi Futian's position. The cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace were speechless when they saw this happen. In the end, they had still reached this stage after all. Everything would change. Either their palace lord would die, or Yi Futian would be killed and the great emperor's will would be destroyed along with him. No matter what happened, they never could have imagined an ending like this. Even though the mystery of the starry dimension was resolved, they were faced with such a cruel situation. If they had known before, they would have never tried to solve the mystery of the starry dimension and decipher the inheritance that the great emperor left behind. However, it was already too late. They could only watch as things unfold before them, to witness the imperial palace lord charge at Yi Futian to kill him. Not only the practitioners of Ziwei Imperial Palace were watching, the other cultivators in the dimension were also watching. Some of the factions that held grudges against Yi Futian had already left quietly. Yi Futian's proclamation earlier instilled a sense of fear in them. It was as if Yi Futian had borrowed from great Emperor Ziwei's will to speak. If that were really the case, Yi Futian might become incredibly scary, as he would be able to fight with the great emperor's strength. The frightening energy seemed to have reached Yi Futian's body. However, at that moment, every star in the sky seemed to be moving. Then the countless stars in the vast and boundless sky began to emanate a fearsome divine light all at the same time. The next moment, those divine lights merged and transformed into a heaven-slaying divine sword. The heaven-slaying divine sword descended directly from above, and in an instant, every single starry divine sword charging towards Yi Futian had been destroyed. As the heaven-slaying divine sword drew closer towards the Ziwei Imperial Palace's lord, the palace lord let out a powerful roar. His body was then surrounded by a gigantic star that looked like a layer of formidable defense. It was an absolute starry domain. It would not be destroyed. Rumble. A shocking rumbling sound rang in the air. The sky trembled as the hearts of the practitioners beat rapidly. They could feel the entire starry world shaking intensely. The stars seemed to be moving. The stars, real stars in the sky, had actually moved. They flew towards the palace, lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, in the starry sky. Every cultivator present was utterly stunned by the scene in front of them. Stars in the sky had actually fallen from the sky and surrounded Yi Futian. Those were real stars. They were enormous, and as they descended, they completely covered the sky. These flew towards the palace, lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Bang! A loud bang. The palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace's star defense was destroyed. The fearsome divine lights continued to fly towards him. The palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace looked exceptionally small at that moment. Between the stars and the divine sword, he had no way to escape. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of crashes rang in the air simultaneously. A horrible scene of destruction was left in the sky. It looked like heaven and earth had crumbled. Multiple stars were crumbling into pieces. These stars had turned into giant boulders as well as dust. The giant boulders fell from the sky as if they were falling meteorites. The cultivators in the lower part of the sky stood still. Giant boulders were falling towards them, but their powers of the great path could destroy those boulders. It looked like they were standing in the middle of a crumbling world. However, no one paid any attention to that. Their gazes were focused on the sky. The Ziwei Imperial Palace's palace lord still stood there. An extremely beautiful ray of divine light pierced his body. However, despite this, he did not immediately dissipate. He still held his staff firmly in his hand. His blood-red eyes looked up into the sky, staring at Yi Futian's figure. He naturally knew that this was not Yi Futian's doing. The great emperor's will was still there. Then, the body of the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace began to blur. He suddenly smiled. It was an eerie-looking smile, which was also tinged with a sense of sadness. Great Emperor, just what am I? It seemed like he was asking a rhetorical question, though it also looked like it was a question directed at Great Emperor Ziwei. Just what was he? He did not understand. He only felt that his life was sad. No one responded. It was impossible to respond. Amidst that sad smile, the spiritual soul of the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace broke into pieces before dissipating into nothingness. I hate. A voice filled the sky. It was the voice of the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. While he had died, he did not go willingly. He left his hatred behind. Under the starry sky, the cultivators present could feel the residual hatred that he left behind scattered in the air. He hated. Of course he hated. The practitioners in the sky were speechless. He was an incredibly powerful being, a God-defying existence who had gone through the divine tribulation twice. However, just like that, he died. Moreover, he died with an endless amount of hate. It was certainly a loss. How unfortunate, they thought. However, the ending was decided as soon as the palace lord moved against Yi Futian. It could not be changed. The great emperor's will, even though just a strand, was still in existence that could not be contended with. Many people also felt a sense of sadness. The palace lord of Ziwei imperial palaces' last question echoed in their minds. Great Emperor, just what am I? Yes, what was he? Perhaps, in the eyes of the great emperor, mortals were like ants. In front of his heir, the palace lord of Ziwei imperial palace was, naturally, just like an ant. He was directly stepped on and killed. There was absolutely no nostalgia. They looked into the sky, at Yi Futian, great Emperor Ziwei's heir. It seemed like the great emperor's strand of will had assimilated with Yi Futian. However, no one really knew what the actual details were. Only Yi Futian himself knew. In truth, when Yi Futian saw the death of Ziwei Imperial Palace's palace lord, he also experienced slight emotional fluctuations. After all, he was an incredibly powerful cultivator. If he were to guide and support Yi Futian, what kind of situation would they be in? Unfortunately, the hatred harbored by the lord of this imperial palace towards him was just too strong. With his faith already collapsed, the palace lord wanted to kill Yi Futian, even if it meant becoming an enemy of great Emperor Ziwei's will. When that happened, it was already decided that there was no going back. Yi Futian's only choice was to kill him. An enemy like that was just too dangerous. Everything was finally over. Yi Futian succeeded in controlling the power he inherited from great Emperor Ziwei. Moreover, just as he expected, great Emperor Ziwei also left room for maneuver and helped him resolve future issues. Under the sky in the starry dimension, no one would be able to touch him. Great Emperor Ziwei's was no longer with Yi Futian in his body. Instead, it was in the stars in the sky. The revolution of the power of the stars meant the existence of the great emperor's will. As for Yi Futian, his spiritual soul had already assimilated into the stars in the sky. He had become one with the great emperor's will. As such, as long as he was under the sky, he was an invincible being. After the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace died, the starry dimension fell into temporary silence. No one spoke. They could only stare at the figure in the sky. Many world-class cultivators had come to the starry dimension. However, at that moment, the white-haired youth at the 6th plane level was most definitely the true protagonist. He was the brightest star under the starry sky. The practitioners from the Heavenly Mandate Academy held their fists tightly. For Yi Futian, this was yet another large opportunity. It had an extraordinary meaning. In this chaotic era, if Yi Futian could take control of the Ziwei segmentum, he would utilize immense power and resources. The power of the Ziwei Imperial Palace could easily overpower all the factions in the original realm. Even if it were in the Divine Prefecture, not many forces could be stronger than the Ziwei Imperial Palace. However, the only regrettable thing was the palace lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. A top-notch cultivator had died. If only he followed the great emperor's will and supported Yi Futian, everything would have been different. A cultivator standing at the peak was someone who could make the total number of normal cultivators obsolete. He would have been able to crush all the cultivators in the Ziwei segmentum himself. It was a difference in quality. One can only sigh at how things turned out. It was miserable. Then, at that moment, Yi Futian lowered his head to look towards a location in the sky below him, where Ziwei Imperial Palace's cultivators had gathered. Then he said, "Are you willing to follow my will and support him?" The voice echoed in the sky. while it came out of Yi Futian's mouth. The voice also reverberated in the sky above the stars. It was as if Yi Futian was not the actual person speaking, but instead it was the great emperor's voice. Great Emperor Ziwei wanted the practitioners under the Ziwei Imperial Palace to support Yi Futian. The voice was majestic and dignified. God's might diffused downward. The cultivators had just recently witnessed the death of their palace lord. In truth, their hearts had not calmed down. Doubt had also begun to form in their minds. Regardless, it was still the great emperor, the god that they believed in since the first day they started cultivating. It was their religion. Moreover, under the circumstances, who would dare disobey the great emperor's will? Then one person bowed slightly and said, "I willingly obey the great emperor's will and will support him." "We will obey the great emperor's will." The cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace lowered their heads. They were willing to obey the great emperor's will even though they still had some doubts in their minds. After all, the great emperor personally asked them, what else could they have done? That was the god of the Ziwei segmentum. While he died many years ago, he was still their god. In the eyes of the people of Ziwei segmentum, the great emperor was an eternal existence. Moreover, he had just appeared in front of them. Support Yi Futian and help him reach the top. He will be in charge of the Ziwei Imperial Palace and rule the Ziwei segmentum. If he one day inherits the emperor's throne, it will also serve as an opportunity to all of you. The voice sounded again, still echoing all over the boundless starry sky. The echo kept on going and did not stop for a long time. Upon hearing this, the hearts of many trembled. Yi Futian inherit the emperor's throne. Did great Emperor Ziwei believe that Yi Futian would one day reach the peak and enter the great emperor plane? Was that the reason why he chose Yi Futian instead of Ziwei Imperial Palace's palace lord? The hearts of the practitioners from Divine Prefecture and those from the outer realms trembled. Emperor, an existence that stood at the peak of this world. At that time, how many great emperors were there under the heavenly path? Inheriting the emperor's throne was easier said than done. Like other practitioners, the Ziwei Imperial Palace cultivators also felt uneasy. If Great Emperor Ziwei really thought that, they understood it a little bit more. The great emperor wanted someone who could inherit his emperor's throne. To them, to all of Ziwei segmentum, the appearance of a great emperor would hold extraordinary meaning. As they thought of this, their hearts seemed to have calmed down a little bit. They could accept Yi Futian's existence now. "Yes, great emperor," said the cultivators, bowing. Seeing this, the practitioners from the outer realms understood that there was a high possibility that Yi Futian would become the ruler of Ziwei Imperial Palace. After inheriting great Emperor Ziwei's will, he would rule one of the strongest factions in the world. Ziwei Imperial Palace, a gathering place for the cultivators of the entire Ziwei segmentum. Everything is over now, thought many practitioners. The inheritance belonged to Yi Futian. He was the largest winner. Of course, 7 other people gained powers from the great emperor's inheritance. However, 2 of the 7 were Yi Futian's companions. One was Luo Su, who Yi Futian helped. Moreover, after Yi Futian mastered the great emperor's inheritance, the entire starry dimension belonged to him. Lighting a star was a piece of cake to him. He could also help others cultivate. To them, these were all incredibly meaningful. This was an ending that no one foresaw. Traces of unrest in the original realm. The opening of the long-sealed Ziwei segmentum that ultimately came under Yi Futian's control. After this day, perhaps everyone from the Divine Prefecture's top factions would know Yi Futian's name. Starlight revolved. The aura emanating from Yi Futian's body began to change again. While still exceptional, his eyes no longer contained emperor might like before. In that instant, everyone started to understand. The great emperors will had previously assimilated into Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian's body floated downward. Immediately, Emperor Nan Oldma, along with many other cultivators, began to move towards him. Even though things seemed to have already settled, they could not lower their guard. What if someone who still wanted to confront Yi Futian for wresting the power of the inheritance away for himself still existed? Upon reaching the ground, Yi Futian nodded to them slightly. After that, he walked towards the Ziwei Imperial Palace cultivators and said, "Your junior, Yi Futian, is honored to meet his fellow elders and seniors." As he spoke, he actually bowed to the cultivators proactively. It seemed incredibly polite. The scene left a slightly good impression on the people of Ziwei Imperial Palace. The great emperor wanted them to support Yi Futian. Naturally, they were not very comfortable with that. After all, Yi Futian was younger than them. However, they could not do anything since it was an order of the great emperor. For Yi Futian to be so polite with them, they were naturally feeling better. "By the name of the great emperor, we will support Emperor Yi. From today onwards, Emperor Huang should assume the Ziwei Imperial Palace's position of Palace Lord." "What do you say?" said an elder. He was the second in command of Ziwei Imperial Palace, the supreme elder of the palace. He was also a practitioner who had lived for many years. His seniority in the family was very high. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Then he said, "The great emperor has also demanded something from me. With my cultivation level, I should not be qualified to take this position. However, since it is the will of the great emperor, I will gladly obey." "Of course, even though I am the palace lord, affairs related to the Ziwei Imperial Palace and the Ziwei Segmentum will still be cared for by all of you, dear elders. I will focus on cultivation and hope to reach your levels as soon as possible so that I do not let the great emperor down." Clearly, Yi Futian did not have any intention to rule the imperial palace on that day. He still needed time. He would move step by step. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace nodded slightly. They admired Yi Futian's action and behavior somewhat. They were also feeling a lot better. Raising his head, Yi Futian gazed at the starry sky. Then he said, "In the future, Ziwei Imperial Palace practitioners may come here to cultivate. I can help give them a push." Everyone knew what Yi Futian meant by that. That arrangement would greatly help the Ziwei Imperial Palace practitioners. Yi Futian began to relax after he saw that the cultivators had calmed down. He finally completed the arrangements for Ziwei Imperial Palace. In truth, it was not Great Emperor Ziwei issuing commands earlier. It was all a part of his plan. He disguised himself as Great Emperor Ziwei to issue those orders. The will of Great Emperor Ziwei did indeed exist, and it did assimilate with the starry sky. He could also borrow its power. However, it was impossible to let Great Emperor Ziwei speak. Yi Futian himself did everything. To take control of Ziwei Imperial Palace and completely rule the starry cultivation court, he had to do what he did. Otherwise, he might have even faced grave dangers. Ziwei Imperial Palace might target him, and the other external factions might have also targeted him. The good thing was that everything had been settled by now. He was also recognized by Ziwei Imperial Palace and would soon become the new palace lord. With these arrangements settled, Yi Futian gazed again at the practitioners far away and said, "Everyone, let's leave things at that. Please." Clearly, he was ushering for the guests to leave. Everything was over. It would have also been inappropriate to ask the practitioners to remain there. The practitioners looked at Yi Futian. Some of them frowned and said, "Emperor, you have obtained the great emperor's inheritance. However, there are many bizarre and astonishing places in the starry dimension. There is also the imperial star. Emperor Yi, why not be magnanimous and keep this starry cultivation court open? What do you say?" Yi Futian looked at the person who spoke. "So, they wanted to stay and continue cultivating, huh?" There was no way something so easy existed in the world. He smiled and said, "Dear senior, you misunderstood me. It is not that I do not want you to cultivate here, but instead, the will of the great emperor has awakened. He watches over everything that happens within the dimension. And no matter what you do, the Great Emperor would know. If you wish to join Ziwei Imperial Palace, the Great Emperor will most likely have no opinion. However, if you want to stay and cultivate the court, unfortunately. After a brief pause, Yi Futian continued and said, "If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. I will not intervene." After hearing Yi Futian's words, the cultivators were doubtful. The Great Emperor's will had recovered, and he would not allow it. "Let me try," said a person. Shortly after, a figure suddenly leaped into the air. The person headed towards a higher altitude while gazing at the stars. However, at that moment, countless stars suddenly became brighter. Following that, a frightening mass of heaven's authority spread from above, causing the expressions on the practitioners' faces to change abruptly. The mass of heaven's might continued to push downward. Starry divine lights spread downward, which caused the powerful figure to salute the starry sky and say, "Apologies for disturbing the Great Emperor. Please forgive me." As he spoke, his body turned downwards. He began to retreat. In an instant, that mass of emperors' might had vanished. This scene caused the expression on everyone's faces to change. They continued to stare at the starry sky. The great emperors will had awakened. Would it always exist? If that were the case, they would have no hope. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace felt all kinds of emotions as they watched the series of events take place in front of them. However, the awakening of the great emperors was most certainly a boon for them. However, they did not know that Yi Futian staged everything. "Since that is done, we will take our leave," said a person to the sky, saluting. The great emperor was there. What else could they do? "Dear seniors, elders, please go ahead," Yi Futian said. Before long, the practitioners started to move as they prepared to leave this place. Chapter 2243. Threat. A great number of cultivators appeared in front of the divine palace of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Yi Futian stood at their center, atop a flight of stairs. The people on either side of him and behind him were all top figures from Ziwei Imperial Palace. The people down below were the cultivators of the palace. The Ziwei Imperial Palace was the controlling power of the Ziwei segmentum. All of the top figures in the segmentum cultivated there, so there were naturally many people there. There were cultivators as far as the eye could see. There were even a great number of renhuangs. Cultivators from other continents had come as well. They were all vassal forces of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Once they had been notified, they had come via the grand matrix of space. Once they learned of all that had happened, they could not help but be shocked. Cultivators from Tianhuan Palace had come as well. Their palace lord looked at the white-haired figure, whom everyone was clustered around. He felt like he was in a dream. None of it seemed real. Not long before, Yi Futian had brought people to Tianhuan Palace to seek out information. There they had learned of the situation in the Ziwei segmentum. He had been the one to tell Yi Futian all of this and who had asked him to come to the Ziwei Imperial Star. Now, Yi Futian had inherited the mantle of the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Today, the Ziwei Imperial Palace had called together all the Ziwei segmentum cultivators to announce this news officially. The old palace lord had fallen. From now on, the Ziwei Imperial Palace would have a new palace lord. A group of cultivators was standing off to the side. They had come from the Heavenly Mandate Academy and some of the allied forces. Cultivators from Four Corner Village were there as well. The other forces had already left, but these were still there. They wanted to witness Yi Futian take the position of palace lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace together. The Supreme Elder of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Renhuang Qin, stepped forward holding a scepter. This was the scepter that the previous palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace had wielded, and now Yi Futian had inherited. However, Yi Futian did not accept it. Instead, he had given it to the Supreme Elder. Moreover, he had left the Supreme Elder in charge of the affairs of Ziwei Imperial Palace, and the Ziwei segmentum on his behalf. Previously, aside from the palace lord, Ren Huangqin was the most accomplished cultivator and the person with the highest status. Yi Futian had let him keep face by giving him the scepter. Obviously, he had done this to win over the people's hearts. After all, although he was the new palace lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, his position was not that secure. But if Ren Huangqin were helping him, his station would be as solid as a mountain. Thus, Yi Futian had done everything he could to win over Ren Huangqin. Moreover, he did not want to be bothered with the daily affairs of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Ren Huangqin could do it easily since he was so familiar with them. Ren Huangqin walked down the steps holding the scepter. He looked down at the vast crowd of cultivators, lifted the scepter, and spoke in a loud, clear voice, saying, Yi Futian uncovered the secret of the stars at the starry cultivation court. He found the inheritance of the great emperor and inherited it. Now, in accordance with the will of the great emperor, Yi Futian will be named the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. His voice rolled out, going to every corner of Ziwei Imperial Palace and ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone knew what had happened up in the starry sky. None of them would bring up the death of the former palace lord again. It was not important. Now, Yi Futian was the new palace lord. All of the powerful figures on both sides of Yi Futian and those behind him bowed to him, honoring him as their palace lord. Congratulations, palace lord. Below them, the crowd of cultivators bowed as well. Congratulations, palace lord, they called out in ringing voices. The cultivators who had come from other continents bowed as well, congratulating him together. Congratulations, palace lord. For a time, their voices filled the air, seeming to produce a resonance with heaven and earth that made everyone's hearts tremble. Ziwei Imperial Palace had a new palace lord, Yi Futian. He stepped forward, gazing at everyone, then said in a loud, clear voice, I have inherited the will of great Emperor Ziwei and have uncovered the secret of his cultivation area. All of the powers of the various star continents in the Ziwei segmentum can follow my lead. The cultivators of the Imperial Palace will get this chance as well. Yes, Palace Lord, everyone answered. They held great expectations in their hearts about the mystery in the starry sky of great Emperor Ziwei's cultivation area. It was said that there were many powers that the great emperor had left behind there. They would all have the chance to cultivate there. You may all leave for now. You are free to cultivate here in Ziwei Imperial Palace as you like, continued Yi Futian. Supreme Elder Ren Huangqin waved his hand, and everyone dispersed. They had just wanted to call everyone together to hold a simple ceremony. They did not want anything too complicated. After taking up his position as Palace Lord, he brought some cultivators into the starry sky to cultivate. His goal in doing this was to win the people over even faster. Since he had taken this position, he naturally had to show his worth to them. Otherwise, how would the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace get people to trust him? The forces from the various continents of the starry dimension, Ziwei Imperial Palace, and the Ziwei segmentum were all there, as well as the cultivators who had accompanied Yi Futian from the original realm. They had all come to the starry sky. Yi Futian, who stood at the front of all the other cultivators, had inherited the will of great Emperor Ziwei. Now, what method could he use to make them understand the power of the imperial stars? They all watched as Yi Futian floated up towards the stars. He looked up into the sky, and with a single thought, the stars all suddenly lit up with brilliant radiance, and in several places among them, smaller starry regions seemed to appear. The images of emperors appeared there. 7 imperial figures appeared amid the stars. There was an imperial star in each region where they appeared, shining with incredibly brilliant starlight. Go on. As long as you can connect with one of the imperial stars with your consciousness, you will resonate with its power, and you'll be able to inherit the power of the great emperor, Yi Futian called out as he looked down at the others. There was a burst of responses from the starry sky. All of the cultivators trembled within their hearts. Was Yi Futian already able to light up all the imperial stars? If that were the case, understanding and resonating with them would be trivial. Any cultivators who are well suited to the different types of power would have a chance. Let's go. Many figures moved up into the sky. Some of the top figures even stepped towards the stars. They wanted to comprehend the power of the great emperor as well. As the cultivators went forward, they started to connect to the imperial stars. Before long, a cultivator succeeded at resonating with one of them, making it give off a divine radiance. This cultivator was bathed in the divine light. "So fast," someone said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned to look and saw that Ren Huangqin, the supreme elder of Ziwei Imperial Palace. He looked up to where Yi Futian was and said, "You made the positions of the imperial stars appear, decreasing the difficulty of comprehending them by an incalculable amount. In this way, as long as you are talented and have cultivated talents that are compatible with the stars, you will have a chance." "Yes," said Yi Futian with a nod. That was indeed how it was. If this is the case, the future power of the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum will undergo a complete increase. There will be changes even after many years. And this is in addition to having you as Palace Lord. "I have great expectations," said Ren Huangqin to Yi Futian with a smile. Perhaps the Ziwei segmentum will become another superpower. He truly was expecting great things. The Ziwei segmentum, which had been sealed off for countless years, now finally had made contact with the outside world. Moreover, now he knew what the situation was like out there. He obviously hoped that the Ziwei segmentum could once again bring about the glory of the age of great Emperor Ziwei. Thinking of this, he understood great Emperor Ziwei a little bit. Perhaps this was the reason that he had left behind his inheritance and the starry sky. Leaving it to worthy people would lead to glory for the Ziwei segmentum. If the seal were not broken, then in the future a cultivator like Yi Futian would appear, who would uncover the secret and break through the seal himself. Perhaps the great emperor had thought of all of this before he had sealed off the Ziwei segmentum. At that moment, several people entered the area down below. Their figures flashed as they shot into the sky at incredible speed. "Emperor Yi," came a voice. Yi Futian looked down and saw several people coming toward him. He knew the two people at the front. The first one was Luo Su, whom he had helped before, and the other was Luo Su's father, Lord Luo. "Palace Lord, Supreme Elder, they say that there is an important matter that they must see you about," said a cultivator from the Ziwei Imperial Palace behind them. Ren Huangqin nodded. Yi Futian looked at the two of them. Then Lord Luo said, "Emperor Yi, now that all of the powers have left, there are some people who still have dark intentions towards you. They might act against your forces in the original realm and force you to go there where they will deal with you." Yi Futian's expression changed when he heard these words. His eyes grew cold. He was now in control of the Ziwei segmentum and held immense power in his hands. They would dare force his hand like that. "Are there a lot of enemy forces?" he asked. "Yes," said Lord Luo, nodding. "Forces from the divine nation, the dark world, and the empty divine realm are all planning to join together. People are dealing with them to make this happen." Yi Futian naturally understood. His enemies were a bit worried and urgently wanted to kill him. However, they did not have enough power by themselves, and so they wanted to take this opportunity to join forces and deal with him. They could not do this in the Ziwei segmentum, so they wanted to force him to return to the original realm where they could act against him more effectively. Yi Futian's eyes were full of murderous intent. He had wanted to spend some time cultivating in Ziwei Imperial Palace, but now it seemed like he wouldn't be able to. He did not know what would happen in the original realm. Yi Futian looked at Lord Luo and said, "Thank you for telling me this, Lord Luo." Previously, he had helped Luo Su obtain the inheritance of an imperial star. Now, Lord Luo had come specifically to tell him this. This was obviously in order to repay the consideration that he had shown to Luo Su before. "This is but a small matter, although it will be very dangerous for the original realm," said Lord Luo. "Moreover, many forces are having the same thought. If they join together, even if you go there, it will still likely be very dangerous. Our opponents are purposely trying to draw you there. You should be careful." Yi Futian naturally understood this as well. His opponents could not kill him in the Ziwei Imperial Star. Thus, they wanted to lure him to the original realm to deal with him there. He had many secrets and inherited powers, including the divine corpse of great Emperor Xinjia, and now the inheritance of great Emperor Zui. Many cultivators were likely jealous of him, particularly the forces of the Dark World and the empty divine realm. They would not be terribly worried about this. After all, even if he retaliated against them in the future, the forces that he would actually act against would probably only be the ones in the original realm and the divine nation. No matter what, he would not get to the ones in the Dark World and the empty divine realm, unless Yi Futian one day dared to attack them there. But how strong would he have to get to dare do that? Ren Huangqin looked at Yi Futian and said, "What do you think, Palace Lord?" If the Palace Lord of the original Imperial Palace were still alive, he would have been strong enough to threaten an entire horde of heroes. But he had fallen, and now there was no one in the Ziwei Imperial Palace at that level. Although many great figures were there, if many forces allied against them, they would have a hard time dealing with them. "If you lead a group of people along with me, I will do my best not to leave Ziwei Imperial Palace in danger," Yi Futian said to Ren Huangqin. There was a bit of hesitation in Ren Huangqin's expression, but he still nodded and said, "I hear your orders, Palace Lord, and I will obey them. I will go with you." "Thank you, Supreme Elder," said Yi Futian with a slight nod. After a while, the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace gathered there, all of whom were top-level cultivators. They watched as Yi Futian stepped forward and said, "I have just become the Palace Lord, so I should not put you all in danger. After all, this is a personal matter. But the situation is very tense, so I must be so bold as to ask you for your help. If you have the chance in the future, please report this matter to your seniors." "The Palace Lord's words are serious," said Ren Huangqin. "They want to seize the inheritance of the great emperor, but when he is here, they have no way to do so. If he does not leave, things will be fine, but their forces have used his home in the original realm to threaten him. So, this is all a personal matter for him. After all, there was no relationship between the people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Ziwei Imperial Palace." "Say no more, Palace Lord. We will set out," said another cultivator. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were still grateful to Yi Futian for everything that he had done for them before. He was not arrogant or domineering, and he had not given any orders after becoming Palace Lord. Instead, he had given the authority to the Supreme Elder, and the first thing he had done after that was to bring them here to cultivate. Even if some forces have allied, they are still different powers, and it will be easy to split them, said Ren Huangqin. "The Palace Lord's talent is incredible. After you leave, you can invite some friends if it will be beneficial. You can even bring them here. In this way, some people will probably be willing to lend the Palace Lord their strength." Ren Huangqin was still here, but it seemed like he was already thinking about the situation when he returned. Yi Futian nodded. "The Supreme Elder has spoken rightly. Let's go. We can talk more on the road." "All right," said Ren Huangqin with a nod. A group of powerful figures stepped directly into the sky, leaving the starry world behind them. After they left, they started to leave the Ziwei segmentum, preparing to go to the original realm. Yi Futian sped onward through the endless sky. Beams of light still seemed to be shining towards the Ziwei segmentum from the Ziwei realm in the original realm. This was the phenomenon that had appeared when the forbidding power was broken. Moreover, some cultivators from the Ziwei realm who had lost their homes were still traveling along these beams of light in the direction of the Ziwei segmentum. But those cultivators who were of low level would probably never reach their destination. The cultivators of the Ziwe segmentum were a little bit shocked when they saw the scene. They had not realized they had been enclosed in the Ziwe realm within the original realm, hidden in the divine stone. Just how strong had Emperor Ziwe been at the peak of his power? "We have finally left," said Renhuang Chun with a sigh. The cultivators of Ziwe Imperial Palace had always known about the existence of the sealing force. They knew that they had been sealed within a starry reel and that they had not made contact with the outside world for countless years. Now the seal had been broken, the way was open. They were finally going to make contact with the outside world. This had a great deal of significance to the Ziwe segmentum. The group of cultivators rushed through the sky like beams of divine light. They moved with steps too fast for thought as they rushed in the direction of the original realm. These days, the original realm had calmed down quite a bit. The heavenly mandate realm was just the same. They already knew about the great changes that had happened in the Ziwe realm and that it had even been destroyed. They had heard there was another world sealed within the Ziwe realm. Now this world had been opened, and the cultivators of the many top forces that had come to the original realm had gone inside to investigate it. They had left behind very few people. Lord Taishian had not gone with them, but had stayed at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Right now, he was swamped sending the cultivators of Heavenly Mandate Academy out. Once Yi Futian heard the news, Little Condor, who had been left behind at Heavenly Mandate Academy, knew about it as well. He immediately notified Lord Taishian. Thus, Lord Taishian had immediately acted, sending people out to other realms. Thus, there was currently almost nobody in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Either they had been sent out, or they had heard Lord Taishuan's orders to depart temporarily. There were only a few people left there. As the college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy, Lord Taishian was naturally still there. Anyone else could leave, but not him. Several quiet coughs from Lord Taishian could be heard throughout the quiet Heavenly Mandate Academy. A person waded off to the side. It was a woman. "Your wound has not completely healed, my lord. Why don't you avoid overworking yourself for the time being?" the woman asked, not understanding him. Lord Taishian smiled and looked at the woman, saying, "Why are you still here, Lulan?" "My lord, I am of low standing and have no value. The cultivators of those top forces will not deign to kill me," said Lulan Shui. "You have always waited on others these years at the palace. You were the one who watched Nianyu grow up." "It must have been hard," said Lord Taishian with a sigh. "You must have followed Futian since early on." "Yes, ever since the 9 states in the lowest realm," said Lulan. "You poor girl," said Lord Taishian, shaking his head. Yi Futian was too dazzling. The more people there were by his side, the less he cared for them all. The distances grew too great, and it was hard for him to connect with them. "My lord, the Heavenly Mandate Academy has taken good care of me these past few years. I am satisfied with the fact that I have achieved my current level of cultivation," said Lulan Shui with a slight smile. Satisfied? Lord Taishian did not say any more. Perhaps she did not require much. She just wanted to be able to see him. At that moment, Lord Taishian looked up into the sky. A terrifying force was descending. A dark figure landed upon one of the buildings within the Heavenly Mandate Academy, looking down at the ground. Soon, a mighty group of cultivators appeared in the sky like an army of gods. They stood in different places, and every one of them was so dazzling they were hard to look at. Divine light wrapped around them, and their auras were supernatural. They all had ugly looks on their faces. This was because they had discovered that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had emptied so quickly. There was no one there. The news had leaked back to them that their opponents, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, had already left. It seemed as if their plan would come to nothing. Gaitsong, the ruler of the Golden Divine Nation, looked down and said, "Lord Taishian." His voice was cold. "Do you think that since you sent your people away we can't find them? Where can they go in all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? Guide Song. Just as Guide Song was speaking, they all heard a voice come out of Black Wind Condor, spitting out his name, making Guide Song look over at him. A torrent of overwhelming pressure descended as Black Wind Condor's bird eyes were filled with a strange and mysterious light. Believe it or not, when I return, your golden divine nation will be the first that I destroy. The voice came out of Black Wind Condor again, making the color on Guide Song's face change. He fixed his gaze on Black Wind Condor. Yi Futian. These seemed to be Yi Futian's words. He was coming back. Yes, replied Black Wind Condor. You all come from powerful forces. You all had the same opportunity as me at the Ziwei Great Emperor's cultivation court, but I was the one who uncovered the Great Emperor's secret. Now, you all are greedily trying to seize Great Emperor Ziwei's inheritance. You have come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy and used the cultivators of the lower realms to threaten me. Have you all lost all sense of propriety? We are not threatening you. We are just waiting here for your return, came an indifferent voice from a black-robed cultivator. It was one of the top cultivators of the Dark World. Very well. In that case, I will be there soon, came the voice from Black Wind Condor. If you do not abide by the rules and attack the cultivators of the Divine Realm and the Original Realm from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, I will do to you whatever you do to them. I will go to your places and slaughter everyone there. The voice was full of murderous intent, which caused fear to sprout in all of their hearts. If they could not deal with Yi Futian, this was a grave threat. Chapter 2245. Deja Vu. The sovereign of Golden Divine Nation, Guide Song stepped forward. Divine light flowed over his figure. From afar, he clenched his fist, and a gigantic golden giant palm immediately appeared on Black Wind Condor's figure. Black Wind Condor struggled furiously. However, the golden giant palm was frighteningly powerful. It was not something Black Wind Condor could break free from. Kacha! The golden giant palm suddenly tightened. Black Wind Condor let out a sorrowful cry. Red light seeped out of his jet-black eyes as he stared at Guide Song up in the sky. Head back to the Divine Nation immediately and bring over the core members. Also, evacuate everyone else, Guide Song immediately ordered. Yes, replied the cultivators behind him as they received his order. They understood his intentions. Shin Clan and many other cultivators also gave the same orders. Some people personally returned while others sent people back. The actions of Heavenly Mandate Academy had alarmed them. Guide Song glanced around the crowd as he loudly said, Members of the Original Realm, I believe I do not need to say much. Today, even if we just stop here and go back, do you believe that Yi Futian will not come with his group to massacre us if he has truly taken charge of Ziwei Imperial Palace? For the top forces who had stirred up the conflict back in the day, there was already no way out for them now. They had no choice but to kill Yi Futian to prevent future peril. During his journey to the Ziwei Segmentum this time, Yi Futian had undergone another metamorphosis and now ruled over Ziwei Imperial Palace. He had immediately backed them into a corner. There was no escape for them. They had no way out of this predicament aside from killing Yi Futian and completely settling this score. Guide Song told the cultivators from the other forces, As for everyone else, to my knowledge, not only does Yi Futian possess the teachings of Great Emperor Ziwei, he has also previously obtained the teachings of Xinjia, the Great Emperor in the Divine Prefecture. Back when he was in the Original Realm, he had already received the teachings of a Great Emperor. I suspect that he keeps some secrets. By capturing Yi Futian, one will obtain more than just the teachings of Great Emperor Ziwei. He continued, Aside from that, by killing Yi Futian and destroying Heavenly Mandate Academy, the secrets of the Heavenly Mandate Realm will be revealed to all. There might also be astonishing secrets within. His words had riled up quite a number of people. They had indeed looked into Yi Futian's background and discovered that this person was a legendary figure among the younger generation. He had risen the ranks at a shocking speed and had also inherited the teachings of many great emperors. This was definitely not a coincidence. What secrets was he hiding? Not only did the cultivators not back down, they were even more resolved to act. "Have all of you considered the consequences if you fail?" asked Lord Taishian as his rickety body stood up straight right then. He got up and looked at the various cultivators in the sky. He then said, "You can ask them. More than 20 years ago, the various forces of the original realm came over with the intention of killing Yi Futian. Faced with certain death, Yi Futian still managed to survive. After he returned, Gaitsong and the others ended up in their current situation. If all of you were to fail again, what will the situation be like in another 20 years? Moreover, yet alone in 20 years, who among you can single-handedly withstand the retribution of Yi Futian now?" Lord Taishian continued, "I am old and there are not many people left in Heavenly Mandate Academy. Our deaths are insignificant. Using us to threaten Yi Futian was a mistake. I hope that all of you will consider this thoroughly. Otherwise, once the end result differs from what all of you imagine, what will the consequences be? Yi Futian will certainly return. With the cultivators present here, it won't be like 20 years ago. We will definitely kill him, even if we need to shatter the realm," said Gaitsong in a cold tone as terrifying golden divine light emanated from his figure. As he said this, he looked at Black Wind Condor and said, "Since you have heard what I said, then quickly return to your master. Before you return here again, I will not touch the others. If you do not return or attempt to play tricks on us, we will wipe Heavenly Mandate Academy off the face of the earth. We will also hunt down the cultivators of Heavenly Mandate Academy who flee." Black Wind Condor was still struggling to break free as he glared at Gaitsong. He said, "If anything happens to any of them, I will not return to Heavenly Mandate Academy, but instead head over to your golden divine nation. I will massacre all the cultivators who attempt to flee." "I will be waiting," answered Gaitsong as he flung Black Wind Condor. However, a formless power held him back. It was Lord Taishian. His gaze swept across the various cultivators. Aside from the various forces that participated in the war back then, there were many other forces. There were forces from the Divine Prefecture, the Dark World, and even the empty Divine Realm. They were just standing there. Lord Taishian did not know who would attack and who was just here to spectate. Far off in other locations, cultivators from many other forces appeared. Among them, there were many forces from the Donghua domain as well as the Shangqing domain. Sword Goddess of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow from the Donghua domain was also here. She had a number of disciples with her. From the looks of it, Yi Futian would face some trouble this time around. There were people from 3 major realms who wanted to kill him. A tree that stood out in the forest would be toppled by the wind. Yi Futian was indeed the most outstanding monstrous figure that she had encountered. His path of development had been too astonishing and too rapid. No wonder his enemies in these top forces were uneasy. They could only resort to killing Yi Futian, regardless of the cost. They would not be at ease until Yi Futian was dead. From the looks of it, Heavenly Mandate Academy was about to be pulled into a huge war. What would the end result be? Right now, the cultivators of the various forces had their own agenda. They were contemplating whether they should participate in the war. When Yi Futian and the others returned here, what would they choose to do? In the distance, there were many cultivators in Heavenly Mandate City looking over in this direction. They did not dare to approach, only peering over from afar. The silhouettes that appeared in the sky were like deities. Although the people in Heavenly Mandate City were already used to cultivators appearing in the city, the lineup before their eyes still made their hearts tremble. These were the cultivators from the top forces that had returned from the Ziwei realm. Why had they all gathered over here in Heavenly Mandate City and descended upon Heavenly Mandate Academy? What astonishing thing had Yi Futian, that proud son of heaven, done again? He actually drew so many cultivators here, stirring up such a storm. In a tavern in the distance, there was a jet-black silhouette sitting quietly and drinking wine alone. It appeared very lonely. This gave the people in the tavern a sense of déjà vu. It seemed that such a scene had occurred once more than 20 years ago. The person who had been drinking wine in the tavern back then also seemed to be this person. Rumor has it that he was a powerful presence in the devil world, Devil General Mei Ting. Mei Ting had once again come to the heavenly mandate realm. However, unlike last time, someone had heard rumors of a disturbance in the original realm and sent him to survey the situation. It was not an order from the Devil Emperor. After more than 20 years, Mei Ting was still contemplating the same question. Who exactly was this Yi Futian? These past few years, Yi Futian seemed to have stirred up storms in the divine prefecture. After returning to the heavenly mandate realm, he immediately caused such a huge commotion. He truly seemed to be the center of the storm wherever he went. No wonder that person had asked Mei Ting to come take a look for himself. It might be because he knew Yi Futian too well. He knew that the commotion in the original realm would certainly involve Yi Futian. Chapter 2246, Standing. In the Heavenly Mandate Realm, the atmosphere around areas surrounding the Heavenly Mandate Academy was very oppressive. The cultivators stood in the sky while their might shrouded over the entire Heavenly Mandate City. The cultivators in the city moved towards this area. However, they did not dare get too close. They gazed at the godlike figures from afar. They lamented in their minds. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had undergone all kinds of trials and tribulations since its founding. They experienced several life or death battles. Moreover, the lineups of these battles were always incredible. In addition, every single battle seemed to be associated with the white-haired youth from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. On this day, something was happening yet again. It was again due to Yi Futian. Moreover, the scale this time had surpassed any of the previous times. Members of the top factions from the Divine Prefecture, Dark World, and the Empty Divine Realm had gathered together on this day. Here, on this day, one could say that it was a grand banquet. A breeze gently went by. The surroundings of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were extremely silent. Everyone was waiting quietly, though each bearing a different objective. From afar, sounds of people drinking alcohol appeared occasionally. It was Mei Ting, sitting alone and drinking atop a tavern. In the battle back then, Mei Ting was able to intervene directly. However, for today's battle, even Mei Ting could not intervene. The lineup this time around could not even be compared to the lineup in the battle back then. Multiple powerful cultivators had been gathered today, and many of them were the leaders of those top factions. Some of these people's individual strength surpassed his. Just on the Divine Prefecture alone, several domain chief-level characters had arrived. In addition, some ridiculously powerful cultivators had passed their Great Path Divine Tribulation. There were 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture and many influential and powerful characters, and now more than half of them had come to the original realm. Time passed slowly. Everyone was amazingly patient. They waited quietly. No one seemed to be in a rush. Now only Yi Futian needed to arrive. Of course, many cultivators were here to watch. They had no intention of being involved in this storm. In truth, Yi Futian's status today was also not comparable to back then. Many exceptionally strong cultivators stood behind him. For example, the master from Four Corner Village and the more recent Ziwei Imperial Palace. Just as Lord Taishan said, it might be better if they killed Yi Futian right then and there. If they failed to kill Yi Futian, the hidden consequences would be more profound. Now, no one knew how this battle would unfold. While many powerful cultivators from various factions had come, how many would actually participate in the battle against Yi Futian? Everything was still unknown. Amid the silence surrounding the Heavenly Mandate Academy, occasional chatters would appear. Some people whispered. Time passed by quickly, and after a while, a vast and powerful might suddenly spread across the sky. In that instant, everyone raised their head to look into the sky. Everyone inside Heavenly Mandate City could feel the invisible and forceful pressure arising from the might. They looked up. As soon as they looked up, bright star lights flew across the sky like meteors, and they headed straight towards Heavenly Mandate City. Before long, those bright rays of divine light landed in a central area of Heavenly Mandate Academy. Then, just above the Heavenly Mandate Academy, multiple figures appeared above everyone. The practitioners from various top factions below the figure moved away. They then raised their head to look at those figures. Multiple powerful cultivators surrounded Yi Futian. He continued to move and walk downward. Beams of overbearing aura shot towards them. However, the lineup of cultivators around Yi Futian was equally frightening. An invisible force blocked the assault of the other's might. Everyone looked at Yi Futian walk down until he arrived inside Heavenly Mandate Academy. "Welcome back," Lord Taishan smiled and said to Yi Futian. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was once again facing a disaster. Everything was because Yi Futian was too outstanding. In Ziwei Segmentum, he had yet again achieved something that no one else had done before. Moreover, this time he came back with a group of incredibly powerful cultivators. "Yes," Yi Futian nodded. "I hope you are well, Lord." "How can I not be? But these people, they have not given up on killing you," said Lord Taishan as he raised his head to gesture at the sky. Then the sovereign of Golden Divine Nation Gaitsang's body was already emitting a frightening golden divine light glow. The other cultivators had also released their path might, which spread down and shrouded the entire space below them. However, many factions that were part of the agreement had not begun to move. This prompted Gaitsang to ask, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? What is the Great Emperor's purpose of opening a passage to the Void Realm? What does he want you to do? My fellow compatriots from the Divine Prefecture, I urge you to seriously consider that," said Yi Futian loudly. "I cultivated at the Divine Prefecture's Shangqing Domain's four-corner village. I can also be considered a member of the Divine Prefecture. Now, I have inherited Great Emperor Ziwei's legacy. What's so bad about that? If you are willing to lend me a hand today, you will be able to freely head to the Great Emperor's cultivation court in the Ziwei Segmentum to cultivate. I can already summon the Imperial Star directly. Any practitioner who is compatible can inherit the power of the Imperial Star." Yi Futian's voice covered the entire sky. This made the faces of Gaitsang and a few others distort. However, they did not dare to do anything alone. After all, the lineup around Yi Futian was also incredibly powerful. If the cultivators on their side had not yet decided, it would be easy for him to be annihilated. "Gai Qiong, you are a practitioner under the Great Emperor. How dare you conspire together with Gaitsang? Just why did the Great Emperor send you the lower realm? Now, you are working with practitioners of the outer realms against the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a Divine Prefecture faction?" Yi Futian's gaze locked on to the person behind Gaitsang as he shouted, "In the future, when the Great Emperor starts assigning blames, can you withstand the accusations? Also, to the other Divine Prefecture factions, if you work with these people from the outer realms today, how will you explain it to the Great Emperor in the future?" Yi Futian's words really made many Divine Prefecture factions worry. The events today were indeed too boisterous. The Imperial Palace would most certainly learn of it, and they were afraid they might have some thoughts about it. Of course, not all top factions of the Divine Prefecture were under the command of the Imperial Palace. Only the chief manors set up by the Great Emperor in the 18 domains were considered forces directly under the Imperial Palace. Emperor Yi is right. You have to know what your priorities are. This time my ancient royal family of Duan stands with Emperor Yi, said Duan Tianxiong, prompting Yi Futian to look at him oddly. To Duan Tianxiong, this was also a huge gamble, even though their relationship was already quite good. one could not really say they were very close. After all, everything they had faced was a life-or-death situation. However, the situation today was an opportunity. Everyone could see Futian's future. The gamble was on whether Yi Futian would live or die on the day and the conclusion of this crisis. After many years of cultivation, who would not want to progress further? In the Shangqing domain, Duan Tianxiong's Duan ancient royal family was in the middle, third heaven tier. Several major factions from the upper third heaven still existed and were suppressing them. Duan Tianxiong's plane level had also stopped progressing for many years. Yi Futian would be his opportunity. Otherwise, it was difficult for him to progress even a step further. He is gambling everything he has, huh? Many cultivators from the Divine Prefecture looked at Duan Tianxiong, including some of the top factions from the Shangqing domain. If he were to fail, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 2247 Support. Thank you very much, Yi Futian nodded and said to Duan Tianxiong. This was a life-and-death battle. To stand up and support him like this, one could say that he had just sworn to live or die together with Yi Futian. One can only identify one's true friend in the midst of critical times. Master, Jiang Yueli shouted at the divine palace of fluttering snow's sword goddess, who was standing beside her. Qin Qing also looked at her master. They had been in contact with Yi Futian in the past. Nothing else needed to be said about Yi Futian's talent. It had been proven more than once before. They had wanted to become Yi Futian's friend for a long time. Qin Qing and Yi Futian's relationship in the past was also quite good. Now, Yi Futian was facing a life-or-death situation, and he needed some friends to stand up and support him. As long as people voiced their support one after another, the situation could be reversed. After all, many of the factions of the Divine Prefecture did not display strong hostility. In truth, most were here to observe. Killing Yi Futian and snatching away Great Emperor Ziwei's inheritance. With so many top factions around, even if they were to really kill Yi Futian, who would the Great Emperor's inheritance belong to? They would still have to fight for it anyway. Were all the factions going to start another war for it? As such, the factions that were truly determined to kill Yi Futian were only those that held grudges against Yi Futian. In addition, there were those from the Dark Court and Empty Divine Realm, powers that could not wait for the world to fall into chaos and disorder. They could not wait for the Divine Prefecture factions to divide and break out into violent conflict. At that time, many people felt a powerful aura emerge. In that instant, many raised their head to look up into the sky. As they looked up, several figures took a step forward. Every single one of them was an exceptional figure. The aura emanating from each of their body was extremely frightening. Slight facial expression changes could be seen on the faces of a few people from the top factions of Donghua domain the moment these people emerged. Ning Hua's gaze became particularly interesting when he saw the cultivators in the sky step up. He is right. My fellow compatriots from the Divine Prefecture, why did the Great Emperor open the passageway? You should consider this carefully. If you ally with the powers from the outer realms against our own Divine Prefecture factions, would the Imperial Palace have nothing to say? The person leaped into the sky and said loudly, as a practitioner of the Divine Prefecture, Yi Futian taking the power of Great Emperor Ziwei's inheritance should be a great occasion. At least Great Emperor Ziwei's inheritance did not get stolen. Those people walked downward. Ning Hua looked at them. He did not look too good. He could vaguely guess some of the events that occurred in the past. It was truly them. Only they could have saved Yi Futian back then. However, why would this elder who had retreated from the world and lived on Turtle Deity Island extend his hand to help Yi Futian? To the point that he had come here, on this day, to support Yi Futian. This person was an influential and top figure from the Divine Ocean Continent's Turtle Deity Island. an incredibly powerful being who had passed the first great path divine tribulation, Emperor Shi. On his side was the thunder-punishing Sky Lord. In addition, 2 others were beside him, and they were the Millet Emperor and Li Changxing. Emperor Shi's action was no longer a secret anymore. One should know that the grudge between the Millet Emperor and the main house of Donghua domain was intense, to the point where it was life or death. With Emperor Shi leading them today, no words were necessary for one to know the meaning. They no longer cared about the views of the domain's main house chief anymore. The practitioners of Donghua domain instantly understood the moment they saw that scene. They would never have imagined Emperor Shi appearing at that moment to support Yi Futian. Naturally, the most surprised person was Yi Futian himself. He did not only see Emperor Shi and Thunder punishing Sky Lord, but also the Millet Emperor and Li Changxing. The Millet Emperor and Li Changxing, these 2 elders helped and cared for him a lot back in the day. Emperor Shi, Lord. Yi Futian first bowed slightly towards Emperor Shi and Thunder punishing Sky Lord before shifting his gaze to look at the Millet Emperor and Li Changxing. A smile could be seen in his eyes. We still managed to come in time after all, Li Changxing said, smiling. Millet Emperor walked to Yi Futian's side and patted him on the shoulder. Then he said, I've heard a lot about you. Not bad. Elder, have you been well? Yi Futian asked. Yes, my injury has almost fully recovered. Millet Emperor smiled and nodded. After that, he looked around at the cultivators around them in the sky and said, We can fight now. Count me in, said someone. Emperor Shi, Millet Emperor, and various others shifted their gaze towards the person who spoke. The person who walked out was actually the sword goddess of the divine palace of fluttering snow. This surprised Yi Futian slightly. He did not think that the sword goddess would step up to support him at a time like this. The sword goddess' gaze was sharp as she looked around at the cultivators around and said, Emperor Shi's words are exactly what I wanted to do. Everyone from the divine prefecture, tread lightly. If you do not want to help the Heavenly Mandate Academy, that's fine. But if you really intend to join hands with the practitioners of the other realms, the Imperial Palace will surely be unhappy. Moreover, several domains' main houses are present here today, right? You have come here. I am sure your respective chiefs have given you their instructions. Should we not have the same enemies? Indeed, many cultivators that came today belong to the main houses in their domains, including Donghua Domain's main house's Chief Ninghua, the vice chief of Shangqing Domain's main house, Zhou Muhuang, as well as the main houses of other domains. However, they did not intend to go against Yi Futian, nor had they displayed any intention of assisting him. They continued to watch. The possibility of them personally issuing commands for the cultivators to target Yi Futian was quite low. If that were the case, it would be difficult for them to offer an explanation to the Imperial Palace. Sword Goddess of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, no wonder you are the strongest female Renhuang of our Donghua domain, said Emperor Shi, laughing. That courage was a rare sight to behold. Thank you, Palace Lord. Yi Futian bowed slightly at the Sword Goddess. To stand up for him at this time, he would remember this friendship forever. You're being polite. The Sword Goddess did not pay him any mind. Her sharp eyes moved as her gaze shifted towards the sky. Then she said, Nowadays, turmoil is imminent. An amazing person has appeared in our divine prefecture. Yet, even though every one of us should be helping him grow, you're considering working with forces from the outer realms to deal with a genius from our own divine prefecture, to fight among ourselves and weaken the overall strength of the divine prefecture. Even if the great emperor does not convict you, people will remember this. I want you all to consider this carefully. The cultivators who stepped out successively were quite influential. Their words affected many people. This battle, those from the divine prefecture really should reconsider joining in. It is an inheritance. There is nothing wrong with a cultivator taking it away. A cold voice appeared. Then, A sharp blade of light descended from above, and in the sky, a mighty figure appeared. He stood there. It looked as if he was indestructible, like a sharp sword that could shock the world. The master of Tai Chu sparring grounds. Yi Futian immediately knew the identity of this person when he saw him. The #1 cultivator of the holy land of Tai Chu's Tai Chu sparring grounds. The sword master of Tai Chu. He was also the person who injured Lord Taishan. Seeing him stand there, the gazes of the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy and several other factions were cold. Back then, they were pushed to the brink by this sword master of Tai Chu. Lord Taishuan's swordsmanship also suffered severely. Everyone, if you really want to keep delaying this, the situation might become more difficult to control. Gaitsong looked around at the cultivators and said, earlier, quite a few factions had agreed to ally together and kill Yi Futian. If they allowed Yi Futian supporters to continue talking, more people might start to waver. The cultivators from all sides released powerful might. The practitioners of the Dark World and Empty Divine Realm were mostly already prepared to strike. They had nothing to worry about. They had nothing to do with Great Emperor Donghuang's accusations or convictions. It was also difficult for Yi Futian to seek revenge against them. Moreover, they could also weaken the Divine Prefecture's strength with this. Why would they hold back? As such, they naturally did not mind making a move. Internal affairs of the Divine Prefecture will be resolved internally. No matter what, forces from the outside have no business interfering, said a powerful voice. The person who spoke stood at a certain spot, and several powerful beings surrounded him. Yi Futian raised his head and looked over. He was from the Divine Prefecture. However, Yi Futian was not familiar with him. After all, there were 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture, and he had only been to the Donghua and Shangqing domains. So he only knew the top figures of the 2 domains. The practitioners from the other domains, even if they stood right in front of him, he would not be able to recognize them. While Yi Futian did not recognize him, many people did know who he was. The person who spoke was a cultivator from the main house of the Taishang domain. Moreover, the Taishang domain was one of the stronger domains among the 18 domains. It was closer to the Divine Prefecture Imperial Domain and was incredibly powerful. The words of the cultivator from the main house of the Taishang domain naturally carried a lot of weight. Once he spoke, many cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had odd expressions on their faces. His words were targeting the cultivators from the Dark World and Empty Divine Realm. He excluded them. Issues concerning Yi Futian were all the Divine Prefecture's internal affairs. It seemed like someone strong wanted to support Yi Futian. They did not want external forces to be involved in this event. At the very least, they did not want the Divine Prefecture and the Dark World and Empty Divine Realm to deal with Yi Futian together. Then, from the direction of the Dark World's factions, a top figure asked, "Are you guys still going to take it or not?" Now, the cultivators who wanted to kill Yi Futian were in the worst spot. Gaitsong and the others seemed to have been put in a passive position. Powerful cultivators had voiced their support for Yi Futian one after another. Moreover, in the name of justice, the people from Divine Prefecture did not dare to act rashly. However, Gaitsong's group was not like most others. If they did not kill Yi Futian, only death awaited them. Now the factions from the Void Realm were truly in the back seat. If you say that the various forces of the Divine Prefecture are one, Yi Futian now controls the cultivation court of the Great Emperor of the Ziwei Segmentum. Since that is the case, let him completely open up the cultivation court for the members of the Divine Prefecture to cultivate in. A voice cried out right then. This voice contained some sharp aura. It was Sword Master of Tai Chu. Sword Master of Tai Chu's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared in Yi Futian's direction. He continued saying, aside from that, Yi Futian should share the secrets of the divine corpse of Xinjiao the Great Emperor, as well as the teachings of Great Emperor Zui, with the other cultivators of the Divine Prefecture. That way, the abilities of the various forces of the divine prefecture can be improved. When Gaitsong and the others heard Sword Master of Taichu's words, they immediately responded, "That's right. If Yi Futian can do so, then from this day forth, the various forces of the divine prefecture will be as one, and there will no longer be any conflict. We will immediately fall back. If anyone from the outside world plans to go against him, the forces of the divine prefecture will certainly not stand by and watch." "Such perverted logic, Emperor," she said as he looked up at them. He said, "Don't you think this request is too preposterous? You said that the forces of the divine prefecture should all be in the same camp. Now, when I offer such a suggestion, you claim it is preposterous. If that is the case, why can't we go against him?" Sword Master of Taichu continued, "Each force is independent. We ourselves wish to seize the power of the teachings of the great emperor. It is unrelated to the other forces, and we have not allied with cultivators from the outside world. It just so happened that our goals are aligned. The Holy Land of Taichu was the top cultivation Holy Land of the Taichu domain. This force stood above the Taichu domain chief manor as the symbol of the domain. Even if Donghuang the Great were unsatisfied with them, he would not do anything. He would not act upon the Holy Land of Taichu. Wouldn't that be shooting himself in the foot?" The Sword Master of Taichu stepped forward and came down. He said, "Since all of you believe that we have colluded with cultivators from the outside world, then may we trouble you to help us keep them at bay? Regarding the issue with Yi Futian, the forces of the divine prefecture will settle the score with him ourselves. As for whether the cultivators from the outside can take action or not, that is not something we can control. Sorry to trouble the members of the Taishang domain over this matter." As he said this, his gaze became sharper and brighter as he continued, walking downwards. In an instant, an ear-piercing hum of swords filled the space as though tens of thousands of swords were resonating. In the surrounding space, an astonishing storm instantly swept up. He said, "To prevent trouble afterward, why don't we all make a deal? We will share the teachings inherited by Yi Futian with anyone who attacks him and helps us. How about it?" Buzz! An astonishing sword will descended from his figure like a sword river. It was terrifying. The surrounding cultivators retreated backward as though the residual power from his swordsmanship was enough to kill them. Sword Master of Taichu believed in human nature. Here, they were definitely not the only ones who coveted the teachings of great Emperor Ziwei and inherited power of Xinjia, the great emperor. Many others had the same idea as them. It was just that the others were hesitating and did not dare to take action. If that were the case, he would lead the charge. "Charge!" he cried out. Immediately, the sword river descended from above as fast as lightning. At the center of the sword river, a gigantic divine sword appeared. It seemed to be formed from the sword chi that had gathered and had the power to rip apart the space. It pierced straight towards Yi Futian. Its might was shocking. In an instant, the various cultivators spread out. They stood far away in different locations. The divine sword came slashing down, splitting apart and destroying everything in its path. At that moment, the supreme elder of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Renhuang Qin, wielded a scepter in his hand and pointed it at the sky. A defense shroud of starlight immediately surrounded their figures. In an instant, it was as though actual stars were circling them. The astonishing divine sword slashed down on them, gradually piercing the shroud of starlight. Cracks appeared on the shroud, but the divine sword still could not shatter it. Renhuang Chen held the scepter in his hand, and divine light constantly surged towards the shroud of starlight. The sword river actually swarmed down over the frightening shroud. The surrounding space around the vast, heavenly Mandate Academy was instantly flattened and reduced to ruins. Menacing sword slashes covered the region. Sword Master of Taichu frowned. As expected, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Ziwei segmentum. He never imagined that, aside from the palace lord who had been killed, there were actually such incredible figures. His sword actually could not break through this person's defenses. "Are all of you truly not planning to act?" questioned Swordmaster of Taichu loudly. Immediately the top figures from the original realm, who had grudges against Yi Futian, stepped out one by one. However, none of them had cultivation who could beat Ren Huangchen. Most likely, even if they all attacked together, they would not be able to break through Ren Huangchen's star domain. Right then, another cultivator stepped forward. This person had an astonishing aura. He was the clan leader of the Mo clan. When they saw him, many people revealed strange expressions. Just as Duan Tianxiong had told Yi Futian prior, the top forces that had come over from the original realm 20 years ago were all superpowers in the divine prefecture. For instance, the Holy Land of Taichu ruled over the Taichu domain and had many cultivators among their ranks. It was the same for the Mo clan. They were also a terrifying force. Rich power surged from the figure of this cultivator from the Mo clan. It made the hearts of those who saw him tremble. Aside from him, in another direction, the cultivators from Sun God Mountain also stepped out. Their bodies were bathed in the divine fire of the sun and were extremely frightening. They had previously participated in the battle of the original realm 20 years ago. They also bore grudges against Yi Futian. In a moment like this, they naturally would not give up such an opportunity. It was best if they could eliminate Yi Futian here and now. In the direction of the forces of the divine prefecture, a few more forces walked out. Among them, there were actually a few forces from the Shangqing domain. These forces had vendettas against Four Corner Village. Now that Yi Futian was surrounded by other cultivators, it was a good opportunity for them to settle the score. Even if Mr. in the village were to seek revenge later, he couldn't find all who participated. Nanhai family, Palace of the Illusory God, and Demon Cloud all stood out. They all had deeper grudges with Yi Futian compared to the others. Seeing top forces walk out one by one, members from the other domains of the divine prefecture also slowly made their way forward. The forces who were interested in the teachings of Great Emperor Ziwei stepped out. Although many cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum, there were numerous top forces from the divine prefecture. They only needed a fraction of their numbers, and the other party would have a hard time standing against them. The cultivators of the dark world and the empty divine realm observed the proceedings with looks of interest. They had initially planned to join forces with the divine prefecture and participate in this battle. However, with the words from the cultivators of the divine prefecture, it was not appropriate for their forces to be allied. The members of the divine prefecture were preparing to act on their own. If that were the case, the cultivators of the dark world and the empty divine realm would stand there and watch. It would be more beneficial for them to swoop in later. This made them even more interested in the battle. They would first let the forces of the divine prefecture fight amongst themselves. When Yi Futian saw the scene before him, he said to the various cultivators in the sky, "What I said before this still holds. Anyone willing to aid me today, the door to the cultivation court of Great Emperor Ziwei will forever be open to you. As long as you can communicate with the power of the Imperial Star, you will be able to inherit the will contained within." Chapter 2249, Engage in Battle. Although Yi Futian spoke up, none of the cultivators moved. There were many forces from the divine prefecture here. They all had their own thoughts on the matter. Should they go against Yi Futian and directly seize the teachings? Or should they help Yi Futian and be able to venture into the cultivation court of Great Emperor Ziwei to cultivate? They might still be able to observe for a bit and see how the battle progressed first. On the battlefield, various cultivators attacked the Shroud of Starlight simultaneously. The shroud was pressed against the ground, and frightening cracks immediately appeared. The ground began to split apart, forming terrifying gorges that continued to propagate into the distance. It seemed as though the ground within a radius of thousands of kilometers was about to split apart. The cultivators who were observing from a distance continued to retreat when they saw this terrifying scene. This large-scale battle would most likely spread to the entire Heavenly Mandate city. It was impossible to observe the battle up close. Once the battle completely broke out, the top figures would not hold back their combat power and attack area. Under the combined attacks of various cultivators, more and more cracks finally appeared on the shroud of starlight. Beams of divine light descended from the sky above and entered the cracks, seeping into the shroud. Finally, with a beam of dazzling light, the shroud of starlight was completely shattered. In the instant the shroud shattered, two silhouettes dashed out. They bore monstrous might and were extremely fast. These two figures were Ren Huangqin, as well as Emperor Shi, two extremely powerful existences. Frightening, starry divine swords appeared around Ren Huangqin's figure. They immediately covered the vast space, blanketing all of the cultivators in the sky. He directly unleashed his wide area divine technique. In an instant, the top figures standing in the sky, who were attacking them, frantically released their power of the great path that clashed with the starry divine swords. A few of the strongest figures stood at the very front. Emperor Shi's attack arrived at the same time. The two of them tore the space apart in an instant, causing deep and terrifying jet-black cracks to appear in the space. The various cultivators frantically dispersed, forced back by the attacks. In the heavens above, various cultivators appeared in different locations. On the ground, Futian still had various cultivators guarding him. Millet Emperor was standing beside him with the Huangqin watchtower on his back. Astonishing divine might emanated from the watchtower. Buzz! At that moment, a beam of light from the divine swords pierced through the space. It seemed as though it appeared from the cracks. It ripped apart the very fabric of space as though it wanted to consume this region. A cultivator from Ziwei Imperial Palace immediately stepped forward to cut it off. However, sword chi that filled the sky swept out from the terrifying cracks. The divine sword seemed to merge into the cracks and then come slashing out in Yi Futian's direction. Bang! The Millet Emperor furiously stomped his foot on the ground. An endless, frightening power of the great path immediately exploded outwards from his figure. He raised the Huangqin watchtower in his hand and charged into the fray. Divine gates appeared around him, forming gates of world suppression that charged forwards. The gates shattered the divine swords, slashing towards them, and blocked off the attacks descending upon where they stood, seemingly forming an absolute defensive zone. Back then, during the Battle of the Donghua Banquet, using the Huangqin watchtower, the Millet Emperor was already a powerful figure who could go toe-to-toe with Domain Chief Ning Yuan of the Donghua Domain Chief's manor. Once he merged with the Huangqin watchtower and became one with it, he could fully unleash the might of the gates of world suppression. He could stand on par with the powerful figures who faced divine tribulations of the great path. Hence, ordinary figures could not break through the defensive power of the gates. High above, Sword Master of Taichu gazed down at the defenses below with a gaze as sharp as swords. Powerful gales and clouds immediately swept up in the sky above. A frightening galaxy of swordsmanship appeared in the heavens, birthing countless divine swords from within it. The galaxy filled the skies, and its might was extremely menacing. It roared down from the sky. It was as though its might grew as it descended. The people in the surrounding regions could all sense its power. "Everyone, be careful!" warned Futian as he looked up at the sky. The Millet Emperor took a step into the air. Even more divine gates appeared as the Huangqin watchtower floated in the sky. It seemed to summon ancient gates of world suppression which suppressed all powers. It caused the wave of power sweeping downwards to be unable to continue advancing. The two powers that filled the sky had yet to collide when a terrifying, intense sound could be heard. Rumble. The sword river destroyed everything in its path as it swept down. Extremely frightening dark cracks appeared. The cracks seemed to coexist with the swords. The space of the original realm was not very stable. It could not withstand such a forceful attack. As the sword river came slashing down, the gates of world suppression that seemed to come from ancient times also rained down. They swept up a terrible, destructive storm. The surrounding space was completely ripped apart as though there was a terrifying black hole. While the two of them were clashing against each other, many of the other cultivators were also busy. Among them, a powerful cultivator from Sun God Mountain was summoning the divine fire of the sun. His entire person was bathed in the divine light of the sun. The divine flames of the great path circled around him. He was like a sun god, radiating immense heat that incinerated everything around him. It was as though the intense power of his flames could instantly melt away all existence. Rumble. A terrifying fire domain appeared like a domain of the great path. All the cultivators present were enveloped within the scorching fire domain. The sun was high in the sky. A flaming deity appeared beneath the sun and grew larger and larger. It appeared to be the sun god. The deity radiated terrifying divine light of the sun that shone over everything. Everywhere the light touched, everything was reduced to ashes and scattered into nothingness. A few cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace stepped out. They would be against the divine power of the sun. They extended both their hands at the same time. Immediately, with this region as its center, a grand matrix of starlight appeared and circled around the various cultivators. This grand matrix of starlight shone brilliantly. When the divine fire of the sun shone down on it, it could not penetrate the grand matrix. The light of the divine fire of the sun was blocked off by the starlight. The sun god in the sky extended his palm. From the sun, the unparalleled divine power of the sun surged out and actually formed a gigantic sun god sword. The sun god's sword appeared enormous as the sun god wielded it in his hand. It was as though the divine light of the sun was concentrated on the sword. The silhouette of the sun god stabbed forward with the sword in his hands. The divine light of the sun expanded rapidly. The sun god's sword immediately stabbed into the starlight. Terrifying divine flames corroded the grand matrix of starlight. It gradually turned the grand matrix into the color of flames and began to reduce it to nothingness, resulting in the matrix being shattered. These top figures from the divine prefecture all had astonishing abilities. Many of the best among them were superior existences who had faced divine tribulations of the great path. The difference in plane was not something numbers could make up for. If the members of the divine prefecture had a few more figures who survived divine tribulations among them, it would be a disaster for Yi Futian's side. Seeing the sun god sword stabbing past the matrix bit by bit, Yi Futian stared up at the sky above. There was a cold look in his gaze. Unless it was the last resort, he did not want to take the risk. Chapter 2250 Yi Futian's Confidence. Watching the sun god's sword continue to slam down for the kill and the group of cultivators in the void, Yi Futian knew that he had no choice but to give it all he had. Not to mention, there were cultivators from the dark world and empty divine realm following closely behind them. Fighting was the only option. When his thought turned to this, someone suddenly appeared in front of Yi Futian. This figure was dazzling with divine light in a stunning physical form. It released a terrifying light, which seemed to be cast from infinite characters. Buzz! The cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace, who were close by, moved away from Yi Futian when they saw this. Their hearts beat wildly. It was a physical form that would inspire awe in one's heart. In the void, the eyes of many major figureheads sharpened as their hearts trembled violently, especially those from the Shangqing domain. They were every one of them revealing a dazzling light. It was as they stared at the body that had manifested. Rather, it was not really a body at all, but a corpse. The body of Xinjia, the great emperor. The cultivators from Shangqing domain shuddered as they came to this realization. Top cultivators from other domains clearly became aware of what it really was. only the sacred remains, the body of deity, could be the source of such frightening power. However, what did Yi Futian mean to do by releasing the sacred remains at this time? Was he not afraid of it being taken by the others? People from the Shangqing domain had experienced the horror of the sacred remains. Of course, it was controlled by the teacher from Four Corner Village last time. However, this time, it was Yi Futian who brought out the sacred remains. Could it be that he could now control the sacred remains after having cultivated for a period of time? But how could he achieve this in his realm? As their eyes were fixed in that direction, those cultivators who were on Yi Futian's side were much relieved. It seemed that Yi Futian had kept some aces in his pocket, or else he would not have returned so quickly. It was not so easy to take him down and kill him just like that. At this time, Yi Futian released an extremely brilliant divine light, and ancient tree branches started spreading, turning into countless air currents. They blended into the corpse of Xinjia, the great emperor, infiltrating it little by little. At the same time, an elusive figure transposed on top of Yi Futian. It was a shadow of himself. His eyes seemed to be opened as he moved towards the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, attempting to enter and integrate with it. Under everyone's gaze, the shadow and those infinite air currents entered the sacred remains, as if attempting to control the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, by way of his spiritual soul. This sight made all those from the Shangqing domain more than a little nervous. Could it be that Yi Futian was really able to do it? If he had the same ability as the teacher from Four Corner Village, how unimaginably frightening would that be? That's simply impossible. They thought that even if the teacher from Four Corner Village had taught something to Yi Futian, the fact remained that Yi Futian's realm was far inferior to that of the teacher. How could he control the sacred remains like the teacher did and cause such superior combat power to erupt? Nonetheless, even if Yi Futian could really control the sacred remains, the fighting power that he could draw from it was bound to be more limited. This was the only way the people from the Shangqing domain could console themselves. In the Shangqing domain, there was already an unfathomable teacher in the village, along with some other cultivators who were very powerful and terrifying in their own right. If there was now another person like Yi Futian who could completely control the corpse of Xinjia, the great emperor, would there be any foothold left for anyone else in the future? Perhaps soon, the domain chief's manor would no longer be able to control this new force that was the Four Corner Village. Zhou Muhuang was also among the crowd. As the vice chief of the Shangqing domain chief's manor, he did not participate. At this moment, when he saw Yi Futian's spiritual soul separated in an attempt to take over control of the corpse of Xinjia, the great emperor, his heart couldn't help but trembled violently. He had fancied Yi Futian's talent back then and wanted to recruit him into the domain chief's manor to cultivate. He had even asked Zhou Lingxi to befriend Yi Futian for that very purpose. However, Yi Futian was unmoved, as he had no intention of entering the domain chief's manor at all. He preferred to remain in Four Corner Village to cultivate and rejected his overture. Later, Yi Futian alone comprehended the method contained within the sacred remains of Xinjia, the great emperor. Following that, many cultivators participated in the siege of Four Corner Village, which ended with the teacher's shocking battle that suppressed all those who attacked. After that, Yi Futian cultivated in Four Corner Village for a time, then came to the lower worlds with them. Now, did he actually manage to control the corpse of Xinjia, the great emperor? When he thought of this, Zhou Muhuang felt some conflicted emotions in his heart, even a sense of jealousy regarding Yi Futian. With his own extraordinary realm, if he could gain control of Xinjia, the great emperor's corpse, it would definitely be another kind of comprehension that would have helped him impact a higher realm. But what he could not have accomplished, that no one in the entire Shangqing domain could have accomplished, was achieved by Yi Futian. He was now a singular existence. At this time, the sun god soared above Yi Futian, and the others had already penetrated. The divine fire of the sun was extremely horrific as it torched all existence with what seemed to be an unstoppable force. The cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace wanted to block it only to hear a voice command, "Get out of the way and protect my body." When that voice fell, the eyes of the Xinjia, the great emperor, opened, and an extremely dazzling divine light shot out, which penetrated the void like an indestructible divine sword. At the same time, the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, seemed to come alive once more, as the emperor who had returned. Those eyes were tinged with an undeniable iciness as well as a faint sense of contempt. It was as if they contained both the will of Xinjia, the great emperor, and Yi Futian, that they were of the same entity. Boom! As soon as he stepped on the ground, even more terrifying cracks appeared, chasing into the distance. The body of Xinjia, the great emperor, moved at last. It turned into a terrible divine light, surrounded by infinite ancient characters. His body rocketed into the sky until it perched above the firmament. The sun god's sword fell, but was caught by Xinjia, the great emperor, directly without hesitation, as he reached out and grasped unto the sword. The terrifying divine fire of the sun instantly invaded and shrouded the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, as if trying to burn him up completely. However, these were the sacred remains. How could they be refined by the divine fire of the sun? The hearts of all the cultivators who witnessed this scene beat violently. Was he trying to grab the sun god's sword with his own bare hands? Among those who were present, who would dare to attempt such a feat? Perhaps only Yi Futian would. He who had control over the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, dared to catch the divine sword with his bare hands. The corpse of the great emperor had not been corrupted for centuries, undying and indestructible. The divine fire of the sun was not released by the gods, after all, so how could it destroy a corpse like the great emperor's? Suddenly, the hand of Xinjia the Great squeezed, and under the shocking gaze of everyone, the sun god's sword cast by the sun's divine light was broken up bit by bit and began to self-destruct. The body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was moving upward as the sun god's sword continued to shatter, creating a terrifying field of fire around it. Even though the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was bathed in this field of fire, it didn't appear to be aware of it. When Xinjia, the great emperor, was alive, he was a supreme existence who dared to battle the heavenly path. Chapter 2251 Might of the Sacred Remains. The sight before them had a strong impact on everyone. Yi Futian had really taken over the corpse of Xinjia, the great emperor, and was able to use it in battle and urge great power from it. Even the sun god's sword released by a top figure from Sun God Mountain had been destroyed, just like that. Everyone had estimated the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Even though the Imperial Palace was very strong, without the existence of their former palace lord, they were not so fearsome. After all, there were many principalities on this side. Even without counting the cultivators from the Dark World and empty divine realm, the divine prefecture itself would have enough forces to act against Yi Futian. Yi Futian's own realm was lowly enough, and he could only rely on other cultivators to protect him, so it should not have been too difficult to take him down. However, the scene before them was clearly unexpected. Yi Futian, who was able to control the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was himself the top cultivator amongst them all. Of course, it was still unclear just how much strength he could actually produce. They just hoped that it was not the same as when the teacher from Four Corner Village was in control of the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Otherwise, no one here could possibly bear it. In the battle outside of Four Corner Village, the teacher did not go easy on them. The clan lord of the Nanhai family was gravely injured without any ability to fight back. If the teacher of Four Corner Village were here in control of the sacred remains, none of them would even entertain the thought of touching Yi Futian. But now it seemed that the teacher had taught Yi Futian how to do it. In fact, Yi Futian himself was under unbelievable pressure by doing this. After all, he was still a distance away from the teacher as far as their realms were concerned. It could be said that there was an entire level of difference between their existence. To control the sacred remains, The load he had to bear was frightening to even think of, and it could very well be turned around to hurt himself. And this was even under the condition that he had controlled the several kinds of will of the great emperors. Otherwise, it would be even more impossible to achieve. In the void, the cultivators from Sun God Mountain did not look too good. Was the power of the sacred remains this terrifying? Although Shenjia, the great emperor, was no more, back when his corpse was still in Shangqing domain, no one dared to even glance at it, for it held terrifying power that was beyond words. Attack the spiritual soul, destroy his spiritual soul. A voice reminded everyone that the body of Shenjia the Great was impossible to be broken. Yi Futian separated his spiritual soul to enter into the body of Shenjia the Great, thus gaining control over the corpse. Therefore, if they could shatter his spiritual soul through the sacred remains, Yi Futian would undoubtedly perish. Although all the cultivators were stunned by Yi Futian's control over Shenjia the great emperor, many top figures were watching with blazing eyes. Their minds were reeling as their interest was now piqued, and they were dying to make a move. The corpse of Shenjia the great emperor was so terribly powerful. How could they not covet it? Now, if Yi Futian could be killed here, not only was it possible to obtain the inheritance power of Ziwei the Great, but the sacred remains of Shenjia the great emperor would also be kept here. Who could resist that? It was just too strong. The power that erupted from these sacred remains made them tremble in fear. Attack of the spiritual soul. How could they attack Yi Futian's spiritual soul inside the sacred remains? At this time, the cultivators from the dark world and the empty divine realm who stood a distance away were already aching to make a move. They didn't think that Yi Futian would have brought the body of Shenjia, the great emperor, with him. This way, they could kill him and capture the sacred remains. The payout could be great. They weren't quite certain whether they could control the inheritance of Ziwei the Great through Yi Futian, but the sacred remains appearing in front of them was a fact. Facing its mighty power, how could they resist? However, they wanted to see just what kind of power Yi Futian could urge from the sacred remains. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard, and the sun godlike figure was still expanding and growing, as if it had swallowed the sun's divine power between heaven and earth. For a time, an infinite area was shrouded inside of it. These massive and boundless eyes of the sun god shot out a terrifying divine light, like two fire beams, directly falling on the body of Shenjia, the great emperor. However, it was still unable to burn up the body. Yi Futian controlled the body of Shenjia the Great to move upward, shuttling in the fire field like an immortal existence. At this moment, a real sun appeared on the chest of the sun god. It contained an unparalleled, destructive solar storm that was capable of devouring all existence. The ever-expanding solar storm was moving in the direction of Shenjia the Great, about to swallow him whole into the storm itself. At this time, the arms of Shenjia the great emperor moved. He raised his hand and pointed outward like a sword. In an instant, infinite characters flew out of the body of Shenjia the great emperor and filled up the space. To everyone's shock, they found that all these characters were actually just the same one word, sword. Endless characters gathered together and turned into an incomparable storm of sword chi, pointed at the sky above and aiming toward that solar storm for the kill. Buzz! 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 The sword that was made up by those infinite characters pierced directly into the solar storm. At this moment, everyone's attention was glued there. They wanted to see just how powerful Yi Futian's first attack would be, aided by Shenjia the great emperor. Soon they saw it. When the divine sword penetrated the solar storm, the storm actually began to burst and shatter. Its great path collapsed, and everything was turning into dust and disappeared into nothingness. In a short moment, all the cultivators saw the destruction of that massive solar storm as it vanished immediately. What was even more frightening was that the divine sword which contained those characters was still around, rushing into that majestic, godlike body. The power of destruction. A shocking voice spoke. In the next moment, Everyone saw a figure rise into the sky. It was as if, with a single thought, it had separated itself from the figure. Soon afterward, that sun-godlike body followed suit in its continuous collapse and destruction. High above the sky, that supreme cultivator from the sun-god mountain appeared. He looked down at the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, below, and his heartbeat quickened. Path destruction. This spell could destroy the power of the Great Path, perhaps suppressing all power of the Great Path. Destruction was imminent as soon as it hit its target. He was an existence that had already survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, with an intimate understanding of the Great Path, so that his perception of it was very clear. According to legend, Xinjia, the great emperor, wanted to battle the heavenly path and thoroughly destroy it. In his arrogance, he declared that there was no such thing as the great path in the natural order of the world. Therefore, this was the power of Xinjia, the great emperor. Even though he had been dead for many years, the power contained within his body was incomparable and had the power to extinguish the great path. Back then, in the Shangqing domain, no one under the status of giants had the ability to even gaze upon the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. One look would cause blood to ooze from their eyes. In the void, a series of ancient characters were floating in the air. After circling in the void, they flew directly back into the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Yi Futian's spiritual soul was inside the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. He was under extremely horrific pressure at the moment, as if he had entered a domain composed of endless characters. In this domain, each of these infinite characters contained incredible and incomprehensible power. This was a world of infinite mystery, composed of characters from the Great Path, which contained unspeakable power. If he could be in full control of it, Yi Futian believed he could kill all the cultivators here and end all his opponents instantly. However, it was not easy for him to use any of these powers while consuming a large amount of energy, let alone exert all his power. If he had tried, his spiritual soul would not be able to bear it, and it would cause a backlash. Furthermore, he was not yet fully familiar with this power. So powerful! The surrounding aces shuddered when they saw the combat power from the corpse of Xinjia, the great emperor, which Yi Futian was manipulating. The destructive light was evidently something that even existences on the sun-god mountain that had gone through a great path and divine tribulations must avoid. The power of annihilation, the power to destroy the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was incomprehensibly terrifying. In this way, wouldn't it be better no one go head-to-head against Xinjia, the great emperor's body? His control over the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, should be limited. Besides, it is bound to place a heavy burden on him. At this moment, a voice arose, leaving the pupils of many top figures constricting. If Yi Futian could truly control the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, with ease, he would not have ceased at that moment earlier on. Instead, he would proceed to strike a heavy blow on his opponent like what the master did in the battle outside Four Corner Village. Attack his spiritual soul, restrain him, and exhaust his energy, said another voice. Also, destroy his original flesh. Yi Futian's flesh remained, guarded by a group of powerhouses from the Ziwei Imperial Palace. As long as Yi Futian's flesh was destroyed and his spiritual soul was deprived of a vessel, his death would be inevitable. "Let's attack together," the crowd concluded. All of a sudden, all over the sky, brewed an appalling storm, assuming a form that seemed extremely horrifying. A myriad of daunting attacks descended simultaneously, heading directly toward the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Around the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, which was under Yi Futian's control, the intense booming of a great path sounded. Within a fraction of a second, the divine light of antiquity surrounded the body. Once those astonishing attacks, driven by great paths, came into contact with the body, they would blow up directly. The defensive energy around him was impenetrable. This flesh, the people were panic-stricken as they watched. How should they fight a seemingly impenetrable defense? However, Seeing that Yi Futian did not take any action, their assumption should be valid. Yi Futian could not control the sacred remains at will like the master of Four Corner Village, maybe because he was not accustomed to it. Besides, at his current level, even when strengthened with the will of the Emperor, controlling such a horrifying corpse was still a terrifying thing to do. The burden it would cast on him must be immense, and for that they could try to exhaust him. Right at this very moment, the sound of a zither abruptly arose. The sound was extremely dense. Seemingly morphed into invisible sound waves, they went into Yi Futian's ears, causing his spiritual soul to tremble violently as if he was struck with unparalleled might. Heavy, powerless, even breathing seemed extremely difficult. Divine Melody Taihua. The body of Xinjia, the great emperor, raised its head, looked into the void, and caught sight of the emergence of Taihua, Skylord's figure. The figure was sitting, legs crossed, in the void. His great path was a zither. Amid a massive zither, melodies constantly sounded and morphed into sound waves imbued with great might. It was the divine Melody Taihua. As this rhythm continued to fluctuate, the entire realm seemed extremely dense. The people's hearts were trembling, as many of them even felt shocked down in their spiritual souls. Evidently, the divine Melody Taihua was infused with enough power to damage one's spiritual soul. They were about to launch attacks on Yi Futian's spiritual soul. Yi Futian did not expect that Taihua Skylord would attack him at this moment in time. Previously, at Great Emperor Ziwei's cultivation court, he even hoped to win Taihua Skylord over with the help of Goddess Taihua. However, Taihua Skylord had opted for a completely different direction as to become his enemy. Was this because of that incident? Under the immense pressure, his adaptability to the body of Xinjia the Great began to deteriorate. He felt that it was much harder to maintain smooth control. At this moment, the sound of a zither arose. The crowd saw an ace walking forward. He descended on the ground not far away from Yi Futian. His fingers incited the zither of the great path between heaven and earth, turning them into an equally terrifying melody that rippled outward. It collided with divine Melody Taihua and stirred up a remarkably sharp whistle. The people around were shocked. The entity who made a move this time was Lord Luo from beyond the Zixiao domain. Likewise, he excelled in divine melody. In the midst of this confrontation of melodies, the surrounding great path attacks collapsed and shattered, forming a storm of the great path. In the distance, Goddess Taihua and Luo Su pondered in their minds as they watched the scene. Goddess Taihua did not anticipate that her father would attack Yi Futian now. Previously, she missed an opportunity, but now that her father had attacked, he would probably become sworn enemies with Yi Futian. In today's situation, Yi Futian and others were already in an extremely perilous condition. Any powerhouse that further launched attacks at them was undoubtedly adding salt to their wound, desiring to send them to their doom. In the midst of such a situation, the course of action would spell lifelong hatred that could never be resolved. On another battlefield, someone was attacking Yi Futian's physical body. They wanted to break through the defenses of the Ziwei Imperial Palace's aces and strike Yi Futian's body. Among these people, the strongest person was Gaitsong, a sovereign of the Golden Divine Nation. A godly figure emerged behind his back, and the sigh of the divine god sounded. With the potency of godly power, a golden divine spear penetrated the void and stabbed onto the defensive barrier constituted of starry brilliance, breaking it bit by bit. Yi Futian was still standing where he was, immersed in the power of Xinjia, the great emperor's flesh. However, he was looking at everything that took place on the surrounding battlefield. Nothing could escape his senses. Boom! A gust of an even wilder rune storm erupted from Yi Futian's body. Encircled in golden divine light, the unceasing runes morphed into an appalling tempest and swept towards the void, where they converged. Under the watchful eyes of many powerhouses, the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, raised his head and glanced at the horrifying, tempest converged of runes. Over there a golden rod, brimming with splendor and brilliance, emerged. The body of Xinjia the Great extended his hand, gripped it against the void, and brought it into his palm. His body also gradually enlarged and morphed into a godlike vessel. The daunting lines of runes burnt onto his flesh, which inflicted the sensation of extreme pain on those who were looking at him. The other hand of Xinjia the Great Emperor extended likewise and gripped the towering rod. A gust of horrifying god's might erupted. Every cultivator within the battlefield in the void felt an outburst of sheer terror. Kaboom! An overwhelming might erupt. The body of Xinjia the Great Emperor picked up the sky-piercing rod, swept it across the aces hovering in the sky. In an instant, a line was drawn between heaven and earth, and a terrifying dark fissure emerged. It felt as if space itself was torn apart. Following the strike with the rod, the afterimages of the rod cleaved space apart. The horrifying fissure devoured all existence, and at the same time, the tempest force swept across all great paths. The aces battling in the void swiftly retreated in different directions, distancing themselves within a fraction of a second. No one was bold enough to approach the body of Xinjia the Great Emperor. And at this very moment, the body glanced towards one direction. It was the direction where Gaitsong was at. Xinjia the Great raised his feet and paced towards Gaitsong. Chapter 2253 Killing Spree. Gaitsong's eyes suddenly changed. Watching Yi Futian walk towards him, there was horror in his eyes. The power was so strong that it swept and destroyed everything. Even that cultivator from Sun God Mountain, who had survived the divine tribulation, had to avoid its edge, let alone him. Buzz, the divine light, was brilliant. Gaitsong, the sovereign of the golden divine nation, retreated without putting up a fight, fleeing into the void instead, wanting to escape from this space. Needless to say, everyone was surprised. Even as a strong existence at this level, his choosing to escape was unexpected. The body of Xinjia the Great was indeed awfully fearsome. This sight caused much fear in the hearts of those from the original realm who were enemies with Yi Futian. After Yi Futian destroyed Gaitsong, would it be their turn next? There was a terrifying light in the eyes of Xinjia the Great Emperor, and rays of divine light shot out toward the sky. It was as if divine characters descended on the sky above Gaitsong, forming an area of absolute restriction. Gaitsong's body slammed onto it with great force, but couldn't break through. His face became even gloomier. When he turned his head, he saw that the body of Xinjia the Great Emperor had already come upon him, controlled by none other than Yi Futian. Without any hesitation, it lifted the long rod with both hands and forced it down. In an instant, a terrifying dark crack completely tore through the space. Gaitsong let out a roar as the golden divine light skyrocketed, puffing out infinite divine glory. A godlike figure appeared, slamming down the golden spear, trying to block the blow. However, the horrible pitch-black crack descended with the rod's shadow, smashed that godlike body, blasting it to pieces. There was a look of desperation in Gaitsong's eyes. Although he had unleashed infinite golden brilliance, he still couldn't stop his body from being torn apart and pulverized. Bang! When this strike landed, everything disappeared. Everyone saw Gaitsong, the sovereign of the golden divine nation, disappear into nothing. His soul and spirit were scattered, and he was killed by one strike of the rod. Furthermore, no one lent a helping hand during the process when he was being killed. They just watched a top cultivator perish thusly. The golden divine nation had lost its sovereignty, and its future decline would be inevitable. Many people's hearts trembled. Cultivators from the Shen clan, Martial God clan, Geneo of Tianjin Academy, and many other top figures developed a strong sense of dread. Gaitsong was their ally who had once fought side by side with them against Yi Futian and Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, now that they had witnessed Gaitsong's death, they must have felt a sense of sadness and loss. And what if Yi Futian were to turn around and deal with them? Now that Yi Futian had control over the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, who could fight him? None of the top figures from the original realm were qualified to contend with him. They would probably end up like Gaitsong, who was directly wiped out by a strike of the rod. In the far distance, some cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation had borne witness to this shocking finale. They now felt a tremendous sense of sorrow. Their sovereign had died, just like that in the battle. Yi Futian killed him in the presence of all the cultivators. He had been executed. Were all the principalities ganging up on Yi Futian? And they were beaten by a single person who forced all of them to retreat, and none dared to stand in front of him. Gaitsong. There was still another top cultivator in Golden Divine Nation, Gaiqiong. Having witnessed the death of his own brother, who perished before his eyes while he was completely powerless, he knew that even if he had intervened, the outcome would not only have been the same, but he would have lost his own life as well. At this time, Xinjia, the great emperor, turned around and looked in the direction of Gaiqiong, as if it was attracted by his voice. Gaiqiong, you cultivated at the imperial palace as a subordinate of the great emperor, but you colluded with cultivators from the outside to instigate internal conflicts within the divine prefecture. Furthermore, you have put me in danger many times before, so your punishment today, hopefully, will be understood by the imperial palace. When his voice fell, a blinding divine light burst from the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. His physical form traversed the void, fast to the limit, and the long rod in his hand danced and smashed down once again. Gaiqiong's face changed suddenly with shock. A godlike figure stood between heaven and earth. Both of his palms slammed forward, and two monstrous handprints tried to stop the strike launched by that horrifying long rod. However, terrifying dark cracks were still appearing as the space was collapsing, and turbulent air currents raged between heaven and earth. This rod seemed to poke through the original realm, even affecting the power of the great path. Bang! Another frighteningly loud noise was heard, and another top cultivator had perished. A cultivator from the imperial palace was killed by a single strike from Yi Futian. His soul was scattered and dispersed into nothingness. It was simply too menacing. Yi Futian, who had control over the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, could use the power contained within the body to display an explosive power of annihilation. Every attack had the ability to tear and shatter the space. Even those top figures could not block any of his attacks. In a blink of an eye, two top figures were killed off. They had been brothers, and both of them were pillars of the Golden Divine Nation. With the fall of these two major figureheads, the Golden Divine Nation was finished. It could no longer claim to be a top principality and would probably face the fate of dissolution. Who can contend with Yi Futian at this moment? These cultivators shuddered, especially those who were his sworn enemies. They wanted to surround Yi Futian and destroy him, only to find that Yi Futian was the greatest existence after leveraging the corpse of Xinjia, the great emperor. No one could stop his powerful presence. The battlefield had expanded. Cultivators from different forces had retreated into the far distance, avoiding coming any closer. They feared that a sudden attack from him would lead them to the same fate as Gaiqiong and Gaitsong. All the cultivators were unnerved by one person. To cultivators from the Shangqing domain, this was like déjà vu from the battle outside Four Corner Village. Yi Futian also used the terrifying power in the sacred remains of Xinjia the Great to block and slaughter all who were in his way. The cultivators from the dark world and the empty divine realm were waiting and watching. They had no intention to make a move. It was as they were in no hurry. After the cultivators of the divine prefecture had killed each other, they would then assess Yi Futian's prowess while in control of Xinjia, the great emperor's sacred remains. If he could maintain his performance at this peak level, it would be difficult to take him on. Here, No one could compete head-to-head with Yi Futian. Among the cultivators here, the strongest were those who had survived the first major divine tribulation. As proven by the cultivator at this level from Sun God Mountain, he was repelled by Yi Futian directly and did not dare to attempt another head-on challenge. In the distance, above the tavern, Mei Ting stood there quietly. No matter what terrifying changes had taken place on the ground, he remained motionless and steady. But those eyes that looked at the body of Xinjiao the Great had become somewhat different. His curiosity about Yi Futian was getting stronger. What kind of person was he that he could achieve things that no one else could? Control the corpse of Xinjiao the Great Emperor and obtain the inheritance of Ziwei the Great All so that Yu Shang would be willing to follow him. The powerhouses who attacked Yi Futian were not looking too happy. Under such circumstances, not to mention killing Yi Futian and snatching the inheritance and the corpse of Xinjiao the Great Emperor, protecting themselves was an issue. Banish the corpse and go for his flesh, someone suggested. Immediately, the eyes of some aces glistened. This was a legit plan. They could first banish the body of Xinjiao the Great Emperor, who Yi Futian was controlling. Do it! As soon as the words fell, someone acted. The top aces from the Xin clan exuded a terrifying aura. An appalling spatial storm emerged. The storm tore the void open and even contained the power to sever one's spiritual soul. There was a loud shout, and the destructive spatial storm moved to devour Yi Futian's body. They were not the only ones who attacked. The other aces also launched attacks at Yi Futian. Above the sky, a terrifying pagoda shattered the void and slowly ripped the region apart, bringing about a terrifying black hole. "Barry," a voice yelled. The murky fissure devoured the body of Xinjiao the Great Emperor, burying it within the endless void. "Destroy his flesh," another voice sounded. Immediately, the aces rushed downward simultaneously, charging directly towards the area guarded by the powerhouses of the Ziwei Imperial Palace to shatter Yi Futian's flesh. As long as Yi Futian's flesh was destroyed with no vessel for his spiritual soul to settle in, he would not be able to control Xinjiao the Great Emperor's body for too long. Ace of the Shen clan, Xin Gao, a cataclysmic spatial storm emerged on his body, showering down from above the sky and tearing apart all that existed. Every cyclone was like a divine spatial blade that was slicing through the void, slashing down onto the ground below the vault with intent of cutting through the star-shaped barrier. The attacks of the other aces descended one after another. A pagoda smashed into the void, and an ancient clock exploded at the top, stirring up a destructive cyclone of unparalleled might. The defensive barrier was about to shatter. Whoosh! Shen Gao excelled in spatial power. He seized the opportunity and unleashed a slash towards a fissure, immediately tearing it apart. He morphed into a ray of light and slashed downwards, diverting his attack to the crowd, hoping to scatter the powerhouses who were guarding Yi Futian. All of these people had terrifying levels and were the top-notch figures of Ziwei Imperial Palace. None of them were weak. To destroy Yi Futian's flesh, they must first scatter the body parts, rendering them unable to band together to protect Yi Futian. However, at the location where his attack landed, a fissure abruptly appeared, and from within what looked like a murky hole came a hand shining with dazzling brilliance. This hand slowly stretched forward and gradually grew in size. It morphed into a massive palm composed of massive amounts of runic combinations. It moved towards the sky, blocking out the sun, shattering Xin Gao's attack. At the same time, it moved toward Xin Gao, who was flying in its direction. Sensing that something was not right, Xin Gao's expression altered drastically as he halted his body with the desire to retreat. "Be careful!" the clan lord of the Xin clan yelled as he watched nervously. Divine light dazzled. Xin Gao wanted to travel through space and leave only to discover the massive palm gripping at the void. Suddenly, endless amounts of runes appeared above the sky, turning into an even larger palm that blocked the entire realm. It clenched into a fist, blocking Xin Gao's path of retreat. Within the fissure, the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, emerged once again. Naturally, the palm belonged to him. His control got even stronger. Looking at the scene that was unfolding, the powerful warriors' hearts were thumping wildly. Yi Futian was seemingly familiarizing himself with Xinjia, the great emperor's flesh, and the way to tap into his powers. He was seemingly becoming more and more accustomed to it. The ginormous palm abruptly clenched, emitting a loud bang. Terror was written on Shen Gao's face. He had seemingly plunged into an absolute space that he could not leave. He could only watch as the godly hand contained him at where he was. In an instant he was caught by the palm, and a terrifying divine brilliance erupted from his body. The appalling spatial storm seemed not to affect them at all. As long as they came into contact with the palm, they would be turned to ash. He could not escape. Ah! A miserable shriek sounded. The palm tightened as the divine light slowly destroyed Xin Gao's flesh, causing his body to shatter and gradually dissipate. A phantom escaped from the flesh. It was Shen Gao's spiritual soul. However, the divine light on the palm immediately ran through him and turned him into ash. The spiritual soul could not escape as well. Bam! In the midst of pathetic screaming, the palm clenched, directly obliterating Xin Gao. It felt as if it were done without effort. In other words, he had been crushed like an ant. This had those cultivators who were originally tempted second-guess their greed and ambition. He was too dangerous. At this moment, Yi Futian, who was controlling the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, could be seen as a killing god. To have wiped out Xin Gao with one single palm, should he do the same to them, they would probably end up like him. No matter how greedy they were, they must still preserve their lives. Their only choice was to wait and see. They refused to believe that Yi Futian could maintain control over the sacred remains for an extended period of time. The better was his control over the sacred remains, the greater the exhaustion it would become to his body. Sooner or later, his spiritual soul would not be able to bear the immense burden. However, at this moment, the aces from the Shen clan were feeling a little hopeless. Xin Gao was killed. He was from the original Shen clan in the Divine Prefecture. However, he was crushed and killed in such an overwhelming way. Xin Gao was one of the aces who partook in the raid of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which included Gaitsong and Gaiqiong from before. Now, Yi Futian was having his revenge. He wanted to seize this opportunity to massacre his enemies from the past. Even the power of space exile was useless against him. How could he be killed then? Their only choice was to exhaust him to the point where he would crumble under his own weight. At this moment, Yi Futian gazed at the aces hovering in the void. He knew that many of them had not made a move yet and were only spectating. In fact, all of them were looking at him with desire. The more they witnessed the power of Xinjia, the great's body, the stronger their greed became. For those who have cultivated to their level, who did not want to venture toward the ultimate plane. If a top figure who had gone through a divine path and divine tribulation could manipulate the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, like him, they would become near invincible. Most certainly, Yi Futian was well aware in his heart that aside from him, it was tough for anyone else to control the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, even for those who had gone through a divine path and divine tribulation. But of course, that would exclude the master. As for how the master was able to do so, Yi Futian had not figured it out yet. Most certainly, he did not question him either, as he was an entity who was beyond this world. Looking at the powerhouses around him, the pressure Yi Futian was under intensified. His spiritual soul was becoming a little unstable. He could not sustain such a battle for too long. He must think of a way to end this battle as soon as possible. If not, it would become more and more troublesome. Once something happened to him, the powerhouses, staring at him with those greedy eyes, would not hesitate to join the battle and come against him. Yi Futian had no doubts about this. Chapter 2255 Sword of Annihilation. I need to kill a few big shots, or kill more of them at once, Yi Futian thought. His eyes looked around the vast space, and then in one direction. There was a battlefield over there. Two powerful existences were currently engaged in a heated battle. One of them was the holy land of Taichu's Sword Master of Taichu. The Sword Master of Taichu had exceptional combat prowess. If he were eliminated, it would cause a pretty great impact. Succeeding the Sword Master of Taichu, if he could further kill a few entities who had gone through their divine tribute, he could probably alter the current situation of the battle. However, killing such figures did not seem easy as well. With that in mind, Yi Futian's spiritual soul assumed control over the vast realm that dwelled within Xinjia, the great emperor's body. Boom! A horrifying gust of sword might erupt from the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Countless sword-shaped runes appeared around his body. This time, Yi Futian's spiritual soul had seemingly tapped into a unique state. It felt as if he had completely merged with the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Beyond his spiritual soul, countless streams of light were flowing and fueling the power within Xinjia, the great emperor's body. His dreadful pupils gazed into the sky as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. Many people looked at the area around Yi Futian's body. Suddenly, the power of Xinjia, the great emperor's body, erupted again and became even more horrifying. The wisps of sword turned into an unceasing storm of sword qi that began raging across the earth. On top of Xinjia, the great emperor's body, one could even vaguely see the face of another person. It belonged to no other than Yi Futian. The aces that were looking at him trembled on the inside. What was that supposed to mean? Could it be that Yi Futian wished to seize complete control over the sacred remain? All of you back off. At this moment, the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, uttered a few words. It was Yi Futian's figure. Swiftly, the aces on Yi Futian's side who were engaged in combat retreated. They seemingly understood what he meant. Whoosh! A ghastly sword swept across the sky and clamored vigorously. In the front of the seemingly infinite amounts of sword qi loomed a massive fissure. The sword began to wreak havoc across the realm as if it was the sword of all manifestations. Yi Futian. He was using the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, to unleash his own power. The hearts of the aces trembled. If that was the case, how powerful would he be? Nobody knew. Go! Yi Futian shouted. All in an instant, sword qi enveloped the boundless space. Above the sky, there also seemed to be sword-shaped runes. For a while, everyone in the entire Heavenly Mandate City could see the sky full of sword runes infused with the power of annihilation. Be careful, someone reminded him. Many powerhouses could feel the threat. It felt as if the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, had been completely replaced by Yi Futian and had become a part of him. If that truly had happened, he would be able to unleash his own techniques at will. Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled, and the dark fissure engulfed the realm. In front of the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, a sword that felt as if it could destroy everything in the world appeared. In front of the sword, a ginormous rift emerged and was getting deeper and deeper. We gotta leave. Having sensed the intensity of the power, somebody spoke up. Immediately, people wanted to retreat. The Sword Master of Taichu even ripped the space apart and headed into the void. His expression altered likewise. Evidently, he did not expect that Yi Futian would be that much of a maniac. To unleash an attack of such a level, how badly would it exhaust his own spiritual soul? Nobody knew. Maybe only Yi Futian himself was aware of it. He might be taking a gamble. He wanted to unleash a destructive blow and finish off his enemies, not enemy. Let's retreat. Even the aces that were spectating the battle in the distance began retreating. This boundless space was seemingly enveloped by sword qi, especially by those that originated from the sword in front of Xinjia, the great emperor's body. The sword seemed invincible, and no one had the courage to face that blade. Whoever that taken a strike from that blade would most probably perish. The people on Yi Futian's side retreated underneath him. In that way, they would not be affected by the wrath of the sword. In the distance, the aces of the dark world and empty divine realm were also retreating and departing the domain. Evidently, they also felt afraid. As for the powerhouses who were previously engaged in combat, all of them were fleeing in different directions. The scene had every spectator in the distant, heavenly mandate city shuddering in pair. A bunch of top aces was actually fleeing because of a streak of sword might. Lord Taishian stared at the sword. Likewise, ripples of emotion emerged within him. This was the sword he passed on to Yi Futian, the fleeting swordsmanship. Now, Yi Futian was preparing to use the power of Xinjia, the Great Emperor, to unleash an attack with this sword to wipe out his opponent. The body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor, had already fused with Yi Futian. The body's face looked just like Yi Futian's. His eyes were extremely sharp. He looked into the sky and pointed. All of a sudden, a sword was discharged. When the blade was unleashed, heaven and earth crumbled, and unceasing amounts of divine swords pierced through the void and swept across all existence. The sword in the middle went all the way up. The powerhouses witnessed what was called crumbling heaven. It was like the heavenly path collapsing and everything turning into nothingness. All that went into the fissure of nothingness would collapse and perish. The sword passed through space, penetrated the fissure, and began to tear the surrounding area apart. This tearing force became more terrifying as it gave rise to a boundless black hole above the sky. No, a miserable scream sounded. People could see the body of an immensely talented cultivator shredded into pieces within the fissure. He died with a crumbled body and a shattered soul. It was pathetic. He did not even get a chance to escape. This terrifying storm continued to wreak havoc as it moved towards the distance. Those powerhouses who were fleeing were also entrained into the stream and slaughtered. They were completely powerless against that force. Horrible screams sounded continuously. There were also miserable shrieks. In the advent of the sword attack, a plethora of aces perished into dust. In the distant dark fissure, the sword master of Taichu moved his sword and unleashed an earth-shattering attack. The surging stream of sword energy cleaved space apart. He wanted to escape. However, everything was collapsing. No one could escape, including him. What's more, this sword was aimed right at him. When the attack fell, the river of sword energy, unleashed by Sword Master of Taichu, was destroyed bit after bit. He looked at the scene in front of him, feeling only despair and a sense of disbelief. He was the person in charge of the holy land of Taichu's Taichu sparring grounds. He was one of the strongest existences across the entire Taichu domain. However, even he could never expect that he would die and plummet after arriving in the lower realm. Why would this happen? Besides, the one who killed him was a mere level 6 at the Runhuang Plain. Boom! The divine sword of annihilation plummeted. Just like the others, the body of the sword master of Taichu shattered into dust. From then onward, the holy land of Taichu lost one of their top aces. The cultivators in the distance were rendered speechless by this scene as they gazed at the ravaged space. Was this swordsmanship something that a mortal could perform? A massive hole opened in this realm. Many top aces were destroyed and slaughtered amidst the struggle. The sight of it left many shuddering in fear. Did the collapse of a heavenly path during ancient times look like this as well? During the battle between gods, the heavenly path crumbled. The cultivators in the same faction with those slaughtered aces trembled intensely on the inside as they strugglingly watched the scene unfold. An indescribable sense of fear emerged within their hearts, especially the powerhouses of the holy land of Taichu in the distance. Their sword master was slaughtered at the scene. Yi Futian, he was having his revenge. Back then, when they were battling against the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the sword master of Taichu once severely wounded Lord Taishian. Hence, With this attack with a sword, he slaughtered their swordmaster. They did not expect that as the hegemonic faction, whose powers were at the pinnacle of the Taichu domain, they would encounter a calamity of destruction at this place. The fissure on the ground gradually healed after the massacre. In both directions, 2 people walked out strugglingly. However, they were too severely wounded. They were bleeding. If they had not had special means, they would have perished as well. Some exhaled deeply. They were alive. The top ace of the Mo clan and the super-powerful existence from the Sun God Mountain survived the blow. However, they were in an unsightly state. Deep down within, they were still shivering intensely. They were actually forced into such a situation where their lives hung by a thread. Besides, the attack was not targeting them, but the sword master of Taichu. If not, the chances of them surviving were extremely slim. Even Mei Ting, who had been sitting there as steady as Mount Tai, sipping on wine, stood up and looked at Yi Futian at this moment. How did he unleash such an attack? That was a sacred remain, the flesh of Xinjia, the great emperor himself. At the level Yi Futian was at, it was impossible that he could sustain the burden of it. He heard that many top aces could not even look at it because they would sustain severe injury should they do so, let alone control the sacred remain to fight and unleash power of such caliber. This attack was evidently unleashed by Yi Futian borrowing the power of the sacred remain. However, its power was on par with the terrifying might of aces who have gone through a level 2 divine tribulation. This attack almost annihilated the enemies of the original void. From then on, in this land of the original realm, it was speculated that no one could contend against the forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, the premise was that Yi Futian was still alive. Not only were the outsiders shocked, but also the powerhouses around Yi Futian. The cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace looked at the body of Xinjia, the great emperor surrounded by divine light. At this moment, they understood the meaning of what Yi Futian said when he brought them here. It turned out that he himself had such a trump card. At this moment, they also faintly understood why Yi Futian was selected to inherit Great Emperor Ziwei. A great emperor was, after all, a great emperor. He had selected the most outstanding person. The people from Ziwei Imperial Palace had no idea about Yi Futian's past, but through this battle, they saw how terrifying Yi Futian would become in the future. He was a person who had the chance of being at the zenith of the world. Like that the great emperor of the starry cultivation court said, he might very well inherit the throne in the future, revive the glory of great Emperor Ziwei, and lead the Ziwei segmentum toward an era of greatness. Imperceptibly, Yi Futian used a battle to convince these big shots of Ziwei Imperial Palace. In the past, this would never have crossed their minds. With silent control, the storm gradually dissipated. The sky was brimming with the remnants of destruction. Time seemingly stopped. Many people gazed at where Yi Futian was at. Divine light was circulating on the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. However, he did not move anymore. He just stood there quietly. Everybody was staring at him, making speculations on whether Yi Futian could unleash another similar attack. That transcendent attack, how much had it exhausted him? What kind of state was Yi Futian currently in? Silence. Absolute silence. Nobody spoke. There was no sound. The body of Xinjia, the great emperor, quietly hovered in the air, making absolutely no movements. People were thinking about testing him out, but no one was bold enough to do so. What if he could still fight? What if he could still perform the same attack all over again? Should that be the case, whoever made the first move would be courting death. The eerie scene played out within this space. In fact, there were many top powerhouses among the crowd who had not made a move. After all, there were 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture. Many big shots had come from the Dark World and empty Divine Realm. However, they remained as onlookers all along. Among them, many were looking at Yi Futian as if they were looking at prey. They were not in a hurry. So what if Yi Futian could unleash another similar attack? Nothing would change. They were well aware that sooner or later, Yi Futian would crumble to the weight of power, and when that happened, it would be very simple for them to deal with Yi Futian. However, what they have to consider was that after they dealt with Yi Futian, there would most probably be another fierce battle, a vie for the flesh of Yi Futian and Xinjia the Great. This battle would probably be even more terrifying and would involve even more forces. In the distance, the aces from the dark world were patiently waiting. They were not in a hurry. They were just quietly watching everything that was happening. Everything would come to an end, and sooner or later, Yi Futian would collapse to the immense burden. With so many powerhouses starting at one prey, getting it was by no means an easy task. It depended not only on who was stronger, but also on who was more patient. The aces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked at the aces within the void. They were far away and scattered in different regions while they looked at them with envious eyes. The attack just now left them in shock. However, it was not enough to get them to retreat. Everyone was clear about this. Lord Taixian and others were all looking at Yi Futian with worry. What would be the outcome of this battle? At this moment, the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, abruptly moved. Though the actions were simple, they sent tremors down to the hearts of many of the powerhouses. All of them stared at him fixedly. "Are you still waiting for something?" Yi Futian looked around at the crowd and said. Naturally, he understood their intention. Besides, what they were thinking was also right. It was true that he was now bearing an unfathomable burden of power. That attack he delivered earlier on had exhausted a massive chunk of his power. If he were to continue to fight like this, he would very likely crumble. No one responded. The aces just stared at him and turned a deaf ear to what he said. Yi Futian wanted them to give up. Was that even possible? "You are refusing to leave because all of you want to kill me, seize the inheritance, and acquire the sacred remains. However, none of you will be able to control the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Likewise, none of you can obtain the inheritance of great Emperor Zhui. What I am telling you is not a lie. Even if you kill me, it will be meaningless." Yi Futian continued, "If you are still reluctant to leave, I will treat you as my enemy." Chapter 2257 Taichu Saint Emperor. Is he threatening us? People wondered. The crowd looked towards where Yi Futian was at. At this moment, Yi Futian was still using his words to deter the powerhouses. Could it be that he could still fight? Besides, was retreating that simple of a thing? Even if they retreat, they could return at any time for another battle. It was completely meaningless. At this moment, a horrifying energy ripple abruptly appeared above the sky. An awe-inspiring aura suffused, and everyone could feel the ghastly might. What's going on? Many raised their heads and looked at the sky. How could this aura be so tyrannical? Even the big shots felt the fear-instilling aura. It was simply too powerful. This is bad. Over where the aces of Ziwei Imperial Palace were, the Supreme Elder, Ren Huangqin, had his eyebrows knitted. His facial expression was slightly perturbed. Not only him, but every powerhouse of Ziwei Imperial Palace felt a bad premonition. A powerful existence has arrived. Emperor Shi, too, raised his head and looked at the land above. The gust of might descended from the sky as if it came from a faraway land. When the entity was still far afield, his might had already penetrated the space and arrived. He faintly felt that it was an extremely horrifying existence, and his plane might very well be above him. At present, the existence's identity was still unknown. The storm raged, and at last a figure emerged at the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. But of course, the Heavenly Mandate Academy right now had been razed to the ground and no longer existed. All hail, Saint Emperor! In the distance, several figures groveled on their hands and knees in an extremely pious and respectful manner. At the same time, their spirits were somewhat heightened. Saint Emperor. The crowd's hearts thumped as they looked at the arriving figure. Saint Emperor of the Holy Land of Taichu. He had come, a figure at the pinnacle of the Taichu domain, an existence that had survived 2 major divine tribulations. The Taichu Saint Emperor lowered his head and cast his eyes on the body of Xinjia, the great below. His eyes were filled with disdain. With just a single glance, people could feel an extremely horrifying threat being emitted from him. The eyes of Xinjia, the great emperor, stared back at him. A gust of daunting divine light erupted. Almost nobody in the Shangqing domain dared to look right into those eyes. But at this very moment, the eyes of Taichu Saint Emperor were looking straight into the eyes of Xinjia, the great emperor. A mighty aura permeated the vicinity, giving people the feeling as if he was the ruler of this land. So powerful, everyone could feel his immense strength. Figures at his level were rare even across the entire divine prefecture. In the Donghua domain and the Shangqing domain, such entities did not even exist. One could only imagine how terrifying he was. Even in Ziwei Imperial Palace, only their original palace lord was on that level, and he was the person who ruled over the entire Ziwei segmentum. When existences at this level advance one step further, they would be able to step into the plane that all cultivators yearn for, the great Emperor plane. At that plane, one would truly become the ruler of heaven and earth. Even the Saint Emperor of the Holy Land of Taichu is here. The aces trembled within. This was the first superpower that descended upon the original realm, an existence standing at the very top of the pyramid. Within his personal arrival, who else could go up against him and contest for the corpse of Xinjia, the great emperor? Yi Futian was bound to perish. Nobody could possibly go up against such an entity. And not long ago, Yi Futian just killed the sword master of Taichu. Now he was probably going to pay for it. Likewise, Yi Futian stared at his opponent. The Saint Emperor has arrived in person, huh? The master of the Holy Land of Taichu descending upon the original realm. He had not experienced the power of someone of this caliber. The only time he had ever felt such an existence was at Great Emperor Ziwei's cultivation court. However, he was not borrowing the power of Xinjia, the great emperor, to slaughter his opponents. It was because Great Emperor Ziwei's will was there with him. In that starry dimension, he could be fearless. The true will of the great emperor was infused with that boundless starry dimension, and for that he could take down powerhouses at any level. But things were different over here. He was merely controlling a sacred remain. What's more, his control over it was not complete yet. He could only borrow the power within it, and the conduct itself would also cause immense stress to his own body. Kaboom! A shocking aura erupted from the body of Taichu, Saint Emperor. At this very moment, everyone in Heavenly Mandate City could feel the divine wrath. He stood high up in the air and looked down condescendingly. He looked down as if all the living were ants, even Yi Futian, who was commanding the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. None of the aces in Heavenly Mandate City dared to look up at the sky. They were feeling nothing but fear. "This is bad," Mei Ting said when she saw the situation over here. The way this was progressing was anything but reassuring for Yi Futian and those at his side, especially for Yi Futian himself. With the sword master of Taichu killed and their Saint Emperor descending, there was a strong possibility that he would kill Yi Futian. There was no way that he would let him go. The Taichu Saint Emperor raised his arms slightly. It was a simple move, yet everyone could feel a heart-trembling aura. The entire realm was shuddering because of his one simple action. At the very next moment, the Taichu Saint Emperor could be seen raising his arm and pointing his finger downwards. With that action, the great path crumbled, and everything within heaven and earth was about to be destroyed. In a different dimension, a murky and appalling fissure emerged. It continued to expand and gobble up all that existed. His finger also fell directly onto the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Boom! Following a loud boom, the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was shocked for the very first time. What's more, this trembling force immediately penetrated the body of Xinjia the emperor and descended upon Yi Futian's spiritual soul. Though the body of Xinjia the great emperor could not be destroyed, the runes within his body were still shaking violently. Having suffered from the impulse, the body was blasted into the ground. So powerful, the crowd's hearts were thumping. Was this what a super-existence who had gone through a level 2 divine tribulation looked like? Even Yi Futian, who was invincible a while ago, seemed so vulnerable. Perhaps Yi Futian had already exhausted all his strength and was incapable of tapping into the power of the body of Xinjia the emperor. That was why he thought about using his words to deter the crowd. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked over, and all of them had a strong sense of restlessness emerging within them. Such an attack would destroy Yi Futian's spiritual soul. They paced towards that direction, only to see Taichu, Saint Emperor, moving a step down in the air. With this very move, the realm suffocated, and it seemed as if everyone could hardly move. He was the master of this realm. A Saint Emperor indeed. At this moment, a voice came from afar. It seemed as if he came from a place very far away. The Taichu, Saint Emperor, turned around and looked towards the distance. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of the same level permeated, frightening everyone in the vicinity. Had another superpower that had gone through a level 2 divine tribulation arrived? As anticipated, the man seemingly ripped space apart and stepped forward. This powerhouse was not from the divine prefecture, but the dark world. On his body, there was a frightening aura of destruction. This is getting crazy. The aces shuddered within. Yet another superpower had arrived. This storm was about to get worse. Chapter 2258. Return to where you came from. Were they attracted to Yi Futian? Looking at what was happening in the original realm, it was speculated that someone must have notified the greatest entities of the existing forces. Great Emperor Ziwei's inheritance and the sacred remains of Xinjia the great emperor. These were all inherited powers of the highest tier. It was not all that surprising that beings of that level were attracted here. In this world, who does not want to be on top? If one hailed as king gazed upon the mountains below, what would they see? Another terrifying aura descended. In another direction, someone arrived. It was a super powerhouse from the divine prefecture. He was the third person to arrive. The three aces that came did not attack Yi Futian immediately. For them, taking down Yi Futian did not have too much significance. After all, it was Xinjia, the great emperor's power that Yi Futian was borrowing. It was not his own power. That attack that he unleashed earlier was probably the limit of his strength. There was no way he could maintain control over Xinjia, the great emperor's body, and fight continuously. Their problem was not Yi Futian. Instead, it was among those who had arrived and who could snatch Yi Futian. At this moment, the space was torn apart and divine light flickered. Yet another powerhouse had arrived. This being was from the empty divine realm. The divine light of space surrounded him from head to toe. Seeing this scene, the crowd below was already kind of used to it. Originally, they thought the battle between the top powers would decide the outcome of this great battle. However, none of them had anticipated that things would evolve into this current state. Many of the top figures who came previously were spectators. With great powers arriving one after another, no one was expecting them to do anything. I would advise you too not to interfere with the divine prefecture's affairs, the Taichu Saint Emperor said in a chilly tone. Ziwei and Xinjia are both great emperors of the age of the gods. Since when is this the divine prefecture's affair? The ace from the empty divine realm faintly answered. He does not care about his opinion at all. Now that the inheritances of two great emperors were passed on to one single person, how could they possibly not fight for it? The Taichu Saint Emperor snorted. He moved his hand towards the lower sky across the void, only to see several others releasing formidable auras at the same time. Despite having the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, before him, it was actually levitating in the air. Yi Futian had seemingly entered an unconscious state and could no longer control Xinjia, the great emperor's body. The aces from the Heavenly Mandate Academy completely altered their expressions. They wanted to move, but they discovered that the power of the great path of this realm was seemingly being controlled and locked away by somebody. They could not even move. Such absolute power had them all shocked. Many were struggling as they stared at the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, hovering in midair. Those who were familiar with Yi Futian had reddened eyes, but no matter how hard they struggled, it was futile. With 4 of the greatest existences moving against them, this realm was completely dominated and could not accommodate anybody else's power. People from the Ziwei Imperial Palace were slightly pissed when they saw this. They also felt confused. When they had just recognized Yi Futian's abilities, something like this happened. Who else could save Yi Futian? The outcome was clear. At this moment, the Taichu Saint Emperor and the rest of the Titans raised their heads and glanced at the sky above. Tyrannical auras were being exuded from all directions. It seemed that several auras had descended and were pressing down upon the entire Heavenly Mandate City. Everyone in Heavenly Mandate City felt the supreme authority of heaven. Above the sky, divine light circulated. The might of the great path descended. Countless people experienced difficulty in moving as they felt a faint urge to grovel and offer their worship. The storm was seemingly getting more and more intense, beyond all control. Even Mei Ting felt the unrivaled might. Amid battlefields of this level, he was completely powerless, unless the few that arrived could affect the war field itself. Should Yi Futian fall over here, no one knew what he would plan going forward. Judging by his personality, he would probably take the battle back to them. A precious stone leads its owner to trouble. After Yi Futian acquired the power of the inheritances, he became too attractive. The more powerful an entity, the stronger they would desire to seize such powers and comprehend the might of a great emperor. What's more, the great emperor Xinjia and Ziwei were both at the very pinnacle of strength as far as great emperors went. Back in ancient times, they were on par with overlords and were existences at the top of the game. But the inheritance of 2 aces was now in Yi Futian's hands. How was it possible for him not to attract the jealousy of others? Above the sky, palms were extended simultaneously, moving toward the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Within a fraction of a second, a cataclysmic storm erupted. It used the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, as its center. Several energies emerged at the same time, causing a horrifying fissure to transpire in that space. The original realm belongs to the divine prefecture. The arrival of the dark world and empty divine realm is a violation. Could it be you desire war? A rumbling voice sounded amid the void, striking fear into the hearts of people. You are dealing with an entity of the divine prefecture. There is no need to glorify your own actions. Someone responded with a sneer. A terrifying aura pressed down from the vault. The body of Xinjia, the great emperor, shuttled in and out the fissure as if a tug of war. Appalling energy sealed off Heavenly Mandate City. It felt as if no one was allowed to escape and everyone had to remain within. At this very moment, the sky trembled and a daunting aura swept over them. In an instant, Heavenly Mandate City no longer looked like a city. What's going on? The powerhouses that were fighting for the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, knitted their eyebrows together. They raised their heads and looked at the sky, only to see a streak of divine light pierce the highest point in heaven. A muffled sound arose, and the energy that had the great path shackled was instantly broken. The eyes of several top aces penetrated the boundless space as they sent their perception to a very distant place. A streak of divine light came from beyond the realm and instantly illuminated the world. Subsequently, what seemed like a face appeared beyond the clouds. It was an old man with a sage-like demeanor who seemingly had powers that were beyond reach. At this moment, it felt as if he were the supreme ruler of this realm and the representative of the great path of this segment in space. Who is it? Someone shuddered on the inside. What kind of power was this? What level were they at? Some were able to recognize this person. They revealed shock in their eyes. How can this be? What level is he at exactly? They wondered. None of the top powers from the Shangqing domain looked unsurprised. All of their hearts were trembling violently. The face glanced at Xinjia, the great emperor's body. In an instant, rays of divine light entered the body of the Xinjia, the great emperor. A phantom was directly forced out of the remains. It was Yi Futian's spiritual soul. Yi Futian's spiritual soul left the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, and returned to his own flesh. However, he had seemingly tapped into an unconscious state. On the other side, the eyes of Xinjia, the great emperor, abruptly opened. Horrifying divine light pierced through space and swept across the aces. A voice sounded from his mouth. Return to where you came from. Chapter 2259, Imperial Realm. Return to where you came from. That simple sentence was seemingly imbued with unparalleled dominance. Evidently, the one controlling the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was no longer Yi Futian. Just now, Yi Futian's spiritual soul was already knocked back into his own flesh. Another ace had taken over Xinjia, the great emperor. It was the one who arrived from beyond the sky a moment before. Powerhouses of the divine prefecture knew that only two people could control the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. One of them was Yi Futian, and the other one was the master of Four Corner Village, the mysterious and powerful figure who shocked the aces in the battle at the Shangqing domain's Four Corner Village. Evidently, the one who came was the master of Four Corner Village. Did he come from the Shangqing domain because he sensed what was happening? Master. The villagers' hearts were thumping rapidly. At such a crucial moment, the master had arrived like a god descending into the world. In their knowledge, this was the first time the master had entered this world in a true sense. Previously in the battle where various forces of the Shangqing domain raided Four Corner Village, the master merely borrowed the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, to partake in the battle outside the village. However, this time they had clearly witnessed the master arriving from beyond the clouds, descending upon this very location. As they thought before, nobody knew the master's background, nor did anyone know how powerful he was. So, how strong was the master exactly? Legend had it that the village encountered another catastrophe at an earlier time. Powerful beings forced their way into Four Corner Village and were repelled by the master. Subsequently, the great emperor issued a ban, and since then, nobody dared to enter Four Corner Village to cause trouble. This was all until the ban was breached, ultimately leading to the raid within the Shangqing domain. But even during that time, nobody could see through the master's power. Then what about today? The moment the master descended, it seemed as if his might enveloped the entire heavenly mandate realm. Even when several superpowers who have gone through a level 2 divine tribulation arrived, the master still made them go back to where they came from. Who was the master? What level was his cultivation base at? Back then, why did the master tell them that they must not leave the village? No one knew the answer. The master was probably the only person who knew. The aces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were already feeling helpless. However, little did they know that at this moment, an elder descended like a god and straightforwardly replaced Yi Futian, controlling the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Besides, looking at the reaction of some of the aces above the sky, they seemed afraid and were faintly shocked. This person may be a super powerful existence. A few top figures, including the Taichu Saint Emperor, were staring at the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. At this very instant, things were much different from when they were facing Yi Futian. All of them were feeling an intense threat. The moment the gust of might descended, They already sensed that this powerhouse who came from beyond the clouds was more profound in terms of cultivation base, having arrived at the unknown. However, they still could not determine if he was at that level. But even if he were not there yet, he would also be infinitely close to it. "For Corner Village, Master!" The Taichu Saint Emperor looked at the body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor, and asked. Every single person living in the area Donghuang the Great once barred, even those in the other realms, would have also heard of Four Corner Village. It was the mysterious master's first appearance in the sense. At this very moment, he lost the domineering confidence he had before. This storm would perhaps venture towards a different outcome. Go back. The master's voice sounded once again. His voice was still extremely serene. However, in the midst of the peace and calm was confidence, without compare, as he asked these top powerhouses who arrived to return themselves. The powerhouses in the void were naturally unwilling. They were still standing where they had been, exuding might that was horrifying to the extreme. It seemed as if they wanted to give it a go. The master naturally knew what they were thinking. The eyes of Xinjia, the Great Emperor, swept towards the Taichu Saint Emperor in the void. With only one glance, unceasing amounts of runes emerged above the skies and arranged themselves into a horrifying pattern, seemingly forming a realm of its own. With this glance, the void did not crumble, nor did the great path crack. However, the original great path was seemingly replaced, morphing into a world of absolute space. That was a picture, the domineering golden pung bird. A golden-winged giant pung bird of boundless sacredness split the world apart, annihilating all that existed. The Taichu Saint Emperor's face changed suddenly. He rushed into the sky with the intent to escape. However, his body could not seem to escape the realm. At the level of the Taichu Saint Emperor, a single stride of his could span across the infinite space, traverse across realms, or even leave the heavenly mandate domain altogether. However, he could not escape the domineering golden pung bird. In that picture world, the golden-winged giant pung bird went rampant across the skies. With one single blow, it razed all that existed. The crowd saw the Taichu Saint Emperor, who was fleeing, take a direct hit. He vomited blood from his mouth. The attack seemed unstoppable. Everyone's heart thumped violently. How could he? The master's one single glance was as powerful as the Taichu Saint Emperor. With just one single glance, people could not even escape. What kind of level was that? Between heaven and earth, everyone's heartbeats could seemingly be heard. Top figures from the dark world, empty divine realm, divine prefecture, and the original realm of the Ziwei segmentum were shocked, their hearts beating rapidly. Many of them had heard of the master's battle against the patriarch of the Nanhai family using the body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor. However, comparing that battle with the scene before them, it was unfair. The scene that unraveled was too shocking. Was this something that a mortal could achieve? Cultivators from the holy land of Taichu were frozen in place as they gazed at what had unfolded. They saw the picture above the sky slowly dissipate. A figure appeared amid the void. It was the Taichu Saint Emperor. However, at this moment, his aura seemed extremely weak. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were smeared with a sense of fright and shock. How is that possible? The master of the Four Corner Village. He not only the Taichu Saint Emperor, but the other top aces seemed to have felt it as well. They stared fixedly towards the lower sky at the body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor. This master from the Shangqing domain's Four Corner Village, who was controlling the sacred remains. Who exactly was he? Was he of the imperial realm? Thinking about this, their heartbeats raced even more. Was Four Corner Village secretly harboring an imperial realm? Back then, Donghuang the Great once went to the village to cultivate before being hailed as an emperor. Later on, a ban was issued after the divine prefecture's unification. Could that be the reason? Was Dong Huang the Great once instructed by the master of Four Corner Village? No one would have expected such an outcome, the appearance of such a daunting existence. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Mandate Academy regained their senses as they looked at the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, in shock. It seemed that they would have to worry about Yi Futian no more, with an ace of this level guarding Yi Futian who would dare to touch him. Only a very few across the divine prefecture could afford to provoke him. Chapter 2260 Status Great Emperor. An existence at the imperial realm from ancient times. In that era, gods plummeted. However, for countless years, it was unknown if the ancient gods still existed. The sacred remains of Xinjia, the great emperor, the will of great Emperor Ziwei from the Ziwei segmentum. These were all remnants of the age of the gods. In this world, there were bound to be many ancient remnants. Those standing at the pinnacle of the world of cultivation would know more about these secrets. Therefore, was Four Corner Village hiding a great emperor from view. However, they figured that even if Four Corner Village's master was once a great emperor, he could never be a complete great emperor. Otherwise, he would not have secluded himself in Four Corner Village for so many years. So there had to be something that they were oblivious to. A true great emperor could kill others with his very mind. There was no need to borrow the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Hence, the master of Four Corner Village had to be under some restrictions. But no matter the case, at least before them right now, he was invincible. Among the powerhouses, the minds of those from the Shangqing domain were the most intensely affected. An existence that might be a great emperor was hiding in Four Corner Village. What would this imply? When they remembered that they joined forces to attack Four Corner Village in the past, they felt a little ridiculous. As the master was in closed-door training, he did not do anything during their first assault. Should the master truly desire to kill, no cultivator who participated in the raid on Four Corner Village would be able to leave alive. Mu Yunlong and Mu Yunlan were present among the aces of the Nanhai family. At this moment, waves of horror were stirred up in their hearts. Was he the true master? Their understanding of the master was just superficial. Mu Yunlong even once thought about replacing the master's position in the village and controlling Four Corner Village. Thinking about it right now, it felt just like a joke. He actually thought about replacing someone who was a literal god. What was he thinking? Besides, they led the Muyun family to break away from Four Corner Village because of their ambition. Mu Yunlan felt the same. He was arrogant and proclaimed himself to be a person of unparalleled talent. He became famous across the Shangqing domain, joined the Nanhai family by marrying a daughter of theirs, and lived a life of glory. He was once the master's disciple and was very respectful towards him. However, due to what took place back then, he severed the respect and emotion he shared with him. Thinking about it at this moment, it turned out that nothing was beyond the master's control. He could see everything vividly, as he was all-knowing. However, he would never interfere. All until the appearance of Yi Futian. The last 2 times he showed up were all related to Yi Futian, especially this one. Because Yi Futian was in danger, he came all the way from the divine prefecture, descended upon this realm, and saved Yi Futian. Therefore, just like Xinjia, the great emperor, and great Emperor Ziwei, had the master selected Yi Futian. Why would that happen? What was so special about Yi Futian that gave him such unbelievable luck? Those figures from ancient times, whether it be the fallen gods or great Emperor Ziwei, whose remnant will still remain, had all chosen Yi Futian. He was given control of the sacred remain. Ziwei the great emperor allowed him to control the Ziwei segmentum, and the master was willing to come out from the village to shock the people of this world. The white-haired youth had the favor of 1,000 amassed on himself. Was this a coincidence? Or could it be that he had shocking talent? Nobody understood why. Mu Yunlan did not understand why he could not gain the favor of so many of these figures. Was he not the child of destiny? The interspace reverted to its quietness from before. Nobody dared to make a move. The body of Xinjia, the great emperor, levitated in the air as the master looked around the vicinity without so much as a single ripple in his eyes. Previously, a mere glance from him bested the Taichu saint emperor. Who would be bold enough to make a move against someone at such a transcendent level in cultivation? Besides, they all understood that if the master willed it to happen, that blow from just now could kill the Taichu saint emperor immediately. But he did not do so, just like that time he was outside for a corner village. Facing the powerhouses who were raiding the village, he did not proceed to reap away lives. Instead, all he did was severely injure the patriarch of the Nanhai family. The master preached kindness in the village, and it seemed that he was as equally as benevolent when he was outside. Even towards enemies, he would not attack with the intent to kill. At this moment, rays of divine light showered down amid the void. It was so gorgeous that it compelled many to lift their heads and look at light sprinkling down from the sky. Over there, figures descended from the high above and hovered in the void. The divine light was dazzling. The leader of the entities was an indescribably beautiful and striking woman. She was so noble and pure that people only dared to look at her without harboring a single thought of disrespect. Seeing the appearance of this figure, many bowed slightly and saluted her. Many top aces across the divine prefecture opened their mouths and said, "Your Highness." That woman who arrived was the only daughter of Donghuang the Great, Princess Donghuang. Princess Donghuang could be seen looking at the crowd, and at last her gaze fell onto the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. She strode forward towards it while the many powerhouses behind her followed. They arrived at the space not far in front of the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Under everyone's gazes of surprise, Princess Donghuang bowed gently, facing the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. With great respect, she said, "Master." Seeing this, mild ripples coursed through the hearts of the divine prefecture's powerhouses. The princess arrived and bowed to him as a gesture of respect. From this, one could discern the master's social status. It seemed that the rumors were true. When Donghuang the Great cultivated in Four Corner Village, the master was probably the one who guided him. With the existence of this relationship, the status of Four Corner Village was obvious. It seemed that the ban Donghuang the Great previously issued was not to let anybody disturb Four Corner Village and the master's cultivation. Subsequently, Four Corner Village decided to affiliate themselves with the world, and Donghuang the Great lifted the ban because he knew that as long as the master was present, no one would be able to lay their fingers on Four Corner Village. The funny thing was that many aces of the Shangqing domain attacked the village due to the ban being lifted. "No need to be so courteous, princess," the master replied. Princess Donghuang opened her mouth and said, "You've once taught my father, so I must bow to you when I see you. That happened so many years ago. It isn't worth mentioning," the master said casually. "My father always remembered your teachings, master," Princess Donghuang said with a smile. Subsequently, she turned around and looked at the aces of the divine prefecture. The softness she had instantly vanished, replaced by a sense of chilling awe. Like a goddess, she swept her eyes coldly across those aces of the divine prefecture. The passage to the original realm opened, and the aces across 18 domains are summoned, and this is what you ended up doing. You're even about to join forces with Dark World and Empty Divine Realm. Prince Donghuang chided. When her chilling voice sounded, the powerhouses were as silent as a winter cicada. Although those top aces were not afraid of Princess Donghuang, they dared not to provoke her blatantly. Should they infuriate the imperial family, who could afford to bear the consequences? Chapter 2261. Ending. Nobody talked. The many forces dared not to answer. Besides, whoever volunteered to come forward and speak would be courting death itself. When Princess Donghuang saw that nobody was talking, she cast her gaze at the fighters from the dark world and empty divine realm in the distance. A battle took place 20 years ago, and you promised that you would leave if you were defeated. Now that you have again returned to the original realm, it seems that the Dark Court and Empty Mountain are deliberately trying to incite a war. The powerhouses from the Dark World and Empty Divine Realm did not respond. A figure at the Imperial Realm was present among their opponents. Naturally, they would not dare to say anything. What if this powerhouse, who could control the body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor, attacked them? Nobody could stop him. Most certainly, those at the Imperial Realm would usually not partake in war. Otherwise, should a war between Imperial realms be triggered, the sky would fall, and the earth would crumble. Since you are here, Princess Donghuang, we will be taking our leave, someone said. Subsequently, the aces from both worlds left. There was no point in staying. With the presence of a super powerhouse who could kill Yi Futian and snatch the inheritance. And that was an example of courting death. The divine prefectures, Taichu, Saint Emperor, served as a warning for them. Should the opponent display no mercy, the top figure from the Taichu domain would perish here. Swiftly, aces from both worlds vanished without a trace. Not only had they left the Heavenly Mandate City, but they also departed the Heavenly Mandate Realm. It seemed that this place was no longer convenient for them to stay. After they left, Princess Donghuang once again looked at the powerhouses from the Divine Prefecture. She opened her mouth and said, 20 years ago at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, you stirred up war with the desire to resolve your old grievances. Today, you descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy and incited a civil war within the Divine Prefecture once more. The Dark World and Empty Divine Realm are glaring at us like a covetous tiger. Since that's the case, you may resolve your grudges independently, and I shall not interfere. However, if any force colludes with the Dark World and Empty Divine Realm to deal with our cultivators once more, the Imperial Palace will deal with you without delay. Hearing Princess Donghuang's words, some breathed a sigh of relief while some blanched and looked horrified. Some forces who came from the Divine Prefecture sighed in relief. It seemed that Princess Donghuang did not intend to pursue this matter. However, some forces local to the original realm had a strong sense of terror emerge from within their hearts. Previously, many of their aces were killed by the body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor, which had been controlled by Yi Futian. However, some forces still had their aces with them. Many top forces of the original realm had partaken in the great battle that took place years ago and had forged a hatred with the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Yi Futian. With this incident, the hatred had further intensified. At present, Yi Futian had powerful figures on that level beside him and the powerhouses from the Ziwei segmentum. Without the assistance from the top forces of the Divine Prefecture, what could these forces from the original realm use to contend with the collective strength of Yi Futian and his allies? As long as Yi Futian regained his senses, recovered, and seized control of the body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor again, he would be powerful enough to wipe out the aces from the original realm. Under such circumstances, where the princess told them to resolve their grudge on their own, how could they not panic? Your Highness, the Divine Prefecture has once again sustained heavy losses in this battle, and the situation is even more difficult for those from the original realm. After 2 wars, I would assume that the forces from the original realm would no longer entangle themselves in this matter. Hence, may I implore you to restore peace to the original realm. What is your take, Your Highness? Somebody asked. Someone actually offered to resolve the grudge of the original realm. What's more, the one who had spoken was a top figure of the original realm. It was the college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Jian'eo. Hearing Jian'eo's words, aces from the Heavenly Mandate Academy showed expressions of shock as they looked towards him. Restore peace to the original realm. Jian'eo, he actually said he wanted peace to be restored in the original realm at this very moment in time. Back in time, he followed the powerhouses of the original realm to raid the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Today, he was also involved in the alliance between various forces to kill Yi Futian. Now that the outcome was a foregone conclusion, he suggested a peace treaty. Princess Dongwang also looked at Jian'eo with a faint sense of indifference. Why was he saying this now? In fact, there had not been too much of a grudge between Yi Futian and Tianjin Academy before. Besides, Yi Futian had once cultivated in Tianjin Academy. He had a good relationship with Jian Qingzhu since he had once saved him before. But all that Jian'eo ever thought about was killing Yi Futian. You were allowed to battle without interference in the past, and it will remain this way, Princess Donghuang answered with apathy. Jian'eo's eyes revealed his discontentment. Now that Yi Futian was nothing like his former self. Should war break out, he would be able to lead his alliance of powerhouses to sweep across the original realm. How could they still fight? Only death would await them. A brilliant mind you have, college chief. Lord Taishian could not help but sneer. What wishful thinking from Jian'eo. He was on the attack when he wished, but now he was asking for peace. Do you wish for the original realm to be destroyed overnight? Someone else said. This time it was Ace from the Sky Reaching School. At present, it was speculated that all of them were amidst fear. Once Yi Futian woke up and lead the aces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Ziwei Segmentum to seek revenge. No one among the forces of the original realm would be able to stop them. Only destruction would await. Princess Dongwang looked at him with an icy glare. Previously, when they waged war against the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they had never thought of these questions. Why are all of you still here? Princess Dongwang ignored the statement and looked at the other aces. The eyes of those from the divine prefecture glistened. Subsequently, they gently bowed and left the place. When the aces from the original realm saw this, they knew that the princess would not do anything for them. Likewise, they departed one after another. Given how things have developed, retreating was their only option. Swiftly, all the powerhouses from various places departed and vanished without a trace. After they left, the area in space became a lot quieter. The only ones who remained were Yi Futian and his allies. The body of Xinjiao, the great emperor, looked in the direction where Yi Futian was and said, I shall take these sacred remains with me. Take good care of him. Upon finishing, he looked at Princess Donghuang and said, I shall be returning. Safe journey, master. Princess Donghuang made a light bow and said. Subsequently, the body of Xinjiao, the great emperor, rushed into the sky. It broke through the void instantaneously and vanished out of sight. Princess Donghuang lowered her head and glanced down. Then, she took her men and left. After this incident, no one should dare to trouble Yi Futian and his allies. After the other powerhouses' departure, the aces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Ziwei Segmentum gathered around Yi Futian. At this moment, he was still in a coma. It seemed as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. The previous battle already exhausted a great deal of his energy. Later on, he was even attacked by the Taichu Saint Emperor. One could only imagine how much pressure he had withstood. It was already extremely fortunate that his spiritual soul was not destroyed. However, by having his vitality damaged like this, it was unknown when he would recover. The crowd looked around. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was gone, razed to the ground as it had been wiped out in the battle. Lord Taishian and the rest of the people were inspecting Yi Futian. An ace from the Ziwei Segmentum stepped forward. Purple starlight coiled up around his body, and a wisp of healing energy seeped into Yi Futian's body. However, Yi Futian remained in a coma and showed no signs of awakening. I'm afraid he needs more time, that man said in a low, guttural voice. When one's spiritual soul became damaged, it required time to recuperate. Recovering within a short period of time was most likely impossible. Lord Taishian and the others nodded. all of them understood Yi Futian's situation. The series of events has evidently inflicted great damage upon him. Controlling the body of Xinjia, the great emperor itself, might have caused a burden so tremendous that it was simply unimaginable. He stood up and took a glance at the fissured ground and the heavenly mandate academy that was no more. Lord Taishan and others sighed. They looked at each other and asked, "What should we do next?" It could be to rebuild the heavenly mandate academy or something else. Having suffered so many blows, the heavenly mandate academy and heavenly mandate city were in a state too pathetic to describe. Let's rebuild the academy for now. No one should dare to find trouble with us easily in the future. The Sky River Great Elder opened his mouth and said. Lord Taishan nodded gently while Renhuangchen, the Supreme Elder of Ziwei Segmentum's Emperor Palace, said, "After the academy is rebuilt, we can build teleportation grand matrices at both here and the Ziwei Segmentum so that both sides can look after each other. Should something occur, help can be provided at once." When the crowd heard the Supreme Elder's words, they nodded seriously. If that was carried out and the Heavenly Mandate Realm and Ziwei Segmentum became connected, they would establish themselves as a superpower. That, along with the fact that the forces of the original realm were shocked by and even afraid of them, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would, in a true sense, be standing at the pinnacle of power among forces in the original realm. Most certainly, the now chaotic original realm did not consist of just local forces, as more of them actually arrived from the outer realms. "Go and get the others back," said Lord Taishan. "After this battle, be it forces of the original realm or outer realms." It was speculated that they would not be bold enough to provoke the Heavenly Mandate Academy, with a guardian, supposedly at the Imperial Realm, who would dare to make a move against them. If the master of the four-corner village wanted a bloodbath, no one could stop him, and a myriad of aces would fall. However, he did not do so. But even so, no one should be bold enough to behave with impetuosity anymore. When Lord Taishan finished, the aces parted ways and began to work, mending the fissured ground. They commenced the rebuilding of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Some aces also departed into the void to get the others back. The Supreme Elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, Renhuangchen, said, "I will take him to the Great Emperor's cultivation court at the Ziwei Segmentum to recuperate. The will of the Great Emperor is present over there. Besides, the palace lord himself has developed resonance with the stars. Hence, his recovery may be hastened there." Good. Lord Taishan and the others nodded. This suggestion was a positive one. Yi Futian had already acquired the Great Emperor Ziwei's inheritance. The starry cultivation court that harbored the will of the Great Emperor should help Yi Futian with his recovery. In that case, I shall depart with him right now. Apart from that, I will also look into the construction of the teleportation grand matrices, Renhuangchen continued. The crowd nodded. Emperor Shi, who was beside him, said, "I wonder if I may tag along? I would like to see what a starry dimension that contains the will of Great Emperor Zui looks like." Emperor, she was someone who had gone through a level, one divine tribulation. Knowing that the will of the Great Emperor was present there, he wanted to get a feel for it and see if it could help his cultivation. "That's certainly no issue," Renhuangchen nodded and said. Emperor, she was on par with him in terms of cultivation base and could be considered one of the top figures. What's more, he was an elder figure to Yi Futian, who came to provide him assistance in times of crisis. Yi Futian was also the palace lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. How would he disagree with him going to the starry dimension to cultivate? With all factors combined, there was no reason for him to turn down Emperor Shi's request. "Let's set off then." Renhuangchen opened his mouth and said. Immediately, the aces took Yi Futian and left for the Ziwei Segmentum. Emperor Shi, the Millet Emperor, and the thunder-punishing Skylord also tagged along to experience the Ziwei Segmentum. Lord Taishan and his party remained. For them, they had plenty of chances to do so. With Renhuangchen's suggestion of building teleportation grand matrices between both places, When construction was complete, they could go back and forth between that starry dimension and their own at any time. The Aces became busy with their own affairs, and various forces from the original realm returned. But after returning, the ambience within these forces became different from before. They were panicking. For the Shun clan, their chief elder, Shun Ji, died in the battle that took place more than 20 years ago. At present, with their clan lord and Shen Gao having been killed in succession, the only ones left alive were a few powerhouses from the Shin clan at the upper world. At this moment, all the Shin clan's aces were gathered as they gazed at the top figures from their clan at the upper world. At present, they could only place their hopes on them. With the relationship between the Shen clan and the Heavenly Mandate Academy, if the other party were to seek revenge, they might destroy the Shen clan. However, even with their aces from the upper world, could the Shen clan still keep themselves alive? "Select a batch of people and come with me," those aces said to an elder of the Shin clan. Immediately, members of the Shen clan displayed expressions of despair. Were they going to abandon the Shen clan at the lower world? Selecting a batch of people and leaving implied that only some powerful ones would be taken away, while the others would be left behind and forsaken. Understood. That elder from the Shin clan dared not oppose them. Given how things had become, he had no choice. "You're dismissed," the ace of the Shin clan from the upper world continued, making it so that the powerhouses of the Shin clan were now obsolete. The Shun clan of the lower world was completely abandoned. They were asked to disband and would no longer be one of the top powers of the original realm. After that battle, the powerful Shin clan that had dominated the Central Emperor realm for so many years was going to pass away like a cloud, becoming a distant part of history. Everybody felt waves of sorrow. The cause of everything could be pinpointed on a single person, a cultivator who was once an inconspicuous figure, looked down upon by the Shin clan. He was a disciple of Qi Xiangang, whose master was the Sky River Great Elder. The three top powers of the Shun clan died because of him, and the Shen clan itself dissipated because of him. Not only the Shen clan, but many forces in the original realm were also experiencing similar scenarios. For instance, in the Golden Divine Nation, their aces were no longer unified, and many had left the Golden Divine Nation. Before they left, a great war broke out, which led to the looting of treasures and resources left behind by the Golden Divine Nation. The battle was so horrible that it even led to the fall of their prince. With the king of Divine Nation gone, as well as Gaiqiong, who was left to care. With the Divine Nation was at the verge of crumbling, it was only natural to loot whatever they desired. Identity, and what not. None of those bore any significance. As of now, everyone needed to focus on keeping themselves alive. Most certainly, some forces were not planning to disband. However, they were discussing whether or not to head towards the Heavenly Mandate Academy to beg for forgiveness, for peace, and to iron out the grudge between both parties. Otherwise, no matter how enormous the original realm was, they would have no place in it.